Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Adam West Batman Live Marathon. I am Captain Logan.
And I'm Eric.
Tonight, we are going to be watching 3 straight hours with an intermission in the middle, but more or less a 3 straight hour marathon of Batman in order to celebrate the life and career of Adam West, who sadly passed away a couple of weeks ago. Eric and I actually had a party here at the house for some folks locally, and we did a mini version of this, but we're actually going to watch a lot more tonight than we did at that party.
But we're not going to watch one of the episodes we watched that night.
That's true, but we are going to watch one of them.
So the biggest surprise has been ruined for me.
Yeah.
But the rest of these I don't think I've seen ever.
Well, I was going to say the biggest surprise for the audience is probably going to be that you may not actually see any Riddler this evening. No, because we're doing the first episode.
Yeah,
for a second, we weren't going to do that. Yeah. So that gets us Riddler.
That's the one that we watched on the.
We made a last-minute change and decided to go ahead and get that in there. But I've already shown Eric the Penguin Becomes Mayor episode like twice in the last 2 or 3 months. So we're not going to watch that one. We thought about it, but anyway. So the other reason we're doing this is because we passed a couple of milestones on Patreon. We want to say thanks very much to all of our new patrons. And whenever we hit a $50 milestone, we do one of these marathons. And we have only done that once before, once we came up with that idea. And we did this once for the Patrick Warburton live-action Tick series, which we watched all of in one single evening because there was only 9 episodes and it was a half-hour sitcom. And tonight we're doing 60s Batman. We're not sure what the next one is going to be, but we have already passed the next milestone on Patreon. So
polling opinions, still polling.
Yeah, we're still polling. So there's going to be another one of those. And if you want to weigh in on that, you can become a patron just for $2 a month. That gets you all kinds of cool stuff, including access to my and Eric's new show, Geekvolution After Dark, which we're putting out twice a month. And it is a late-night talk show with Eric and I shooting the breeze for an hour about all kinds of interesting subjects and real loose and uncensored. You also get access to early videos and to
That's the package.
Well, that's for the $50 tier, but I usually mean for the initial tier, but also for the monthly chat with me and sometimes Eric. So anyway, just a quick plug for Patreon. We are just, I think, $16 away from even the next milestone now. Yeah, really? So I would love to see that happen tonight. That would be amazing. And in fact, I'll go this far. If we pass the milestone tonight, the 350 milestone, I will let this audience, Patreon or not, help us decide what that one's going to be. That's what we'll do. So this evening, and that'll be
remember to keep checking Patreon.
I sure will, but that'll be a special thing. If tonight, if we surpass the 350 mark, we will let this audience help us decide what show that's going to be, and we'll do that later in the program if that ends up happening. So anyway, hi folks, thanks for being here. We have a nice group of folks watching live, and we are going to go ahead and just get right into it here. So what we're going to do tonight is we're going to watch episodes from each season. We're going to start with 2 sets at according to, and I'll look this up and confirm it, but according to Mr. David Crabtree, we are already at 348 right now, which means it will only take $2. So that will almost certainly happen this evening. I'd like to think, if like anybody, somebody jump in. Yeah, it is a lot like PBS. And I don't want to talk too much about Patreon tonight, but this is a show that is connected to Patreon, and that's part of why I'm talking about that. But I want to, but I do want to mention that part of the reason, if you're wondering that we've been talking as much about Patreon lately as we have, is that like with a lot of channels on YouTube, our revenues are quite down, and we're not doing as well with ad revenue as we used to because of the YouTube ad boycott. And so we're trying to do everything we can to make Patreon more fun for folks and give you reasons to help us out, because we could kind of use your help, especially with Batman year coming up, and there is a possibility that I'm going to have to replace some equipment earlier than I thought I was to make that happen. So anyway, we can really use your help, and we will do everything we can to make it as awesome for you as possible. And the folks that are on our Patreon, seem to really enjoy it quite a bit. So let's go ahead and jump into it, shall we? We're going to do 2 episodes from season 1, and of course, most Batman 66 episodes are in 2 parts. So you know the famous line, "Find out tomorrow, same bat time, same bat channel." That was true through the first 2 seasons, and then 3rd season changed it up where a lot of those episodes are just 1 episode, and then there are 2 3-parters, which the first time I found that out completely blew my mind. When I was working on the Rewind, I didn't even know that was the thing. I did not know that the Zodiac Crimes is a 3-parter, and it was that was a big deal, and part of why that made my list. But anyway, so we're gonna start with the pilot. We're gonna watch High Diddle Riddle and Smack in the Middle, and then if you're watching with us and you've got the discs and you want to follow along, just so you know ahead of time, and I put this in the comments, but you might not see that now because it's scrolled down. So the first thing we're watching is High Diddle Riddle, Smack in the Middle, and then we're going to do the first Catwoman episode by Eric's request, because he has never seen Julie Newmar as Catwoman. So that's going to be great, and you'll have to bear with us because you'll be seeing Eric responding to things he's never seen before and things he doesn't know real well. So Perfect Crime, Better Luck Next Time. That's the next thing there. Then we're going to jump over to season 2, and we're going to do the Clock King episode. We're going to do Clock King's Crazy Crimes, and the Clock King gets crowned. And then for season 3, Eric really wanted to see the first Batgirl episode, so we're going to watch that, Enter Batgirl, Exit Penguin. And we're also going to watch the Surfing Batman episode, Surf's Up, Joker's Under. And if there is time, we will do some more after that. We may watch what I think is the worst episode of the series after that, but we'll see.
That'd be fun.
We'll see how much time we have left, and if we get rolling and we really feel like it, we could end up even doing Zodiac Crimes. But I don't know that we'll find ourselves with enough time to do a 3-parter. Let's go ahead and jump right into it, shall we? It's High Diddle Riddle, Smack in the Middle. If you want to watch it with us, as I always say, get out your DVDs or your Blu-rays. Make sure you're looking at season 1, and you get out the first disc and get it to High Diddle Riddle past the menus, and get ready to press play when I say now. This will be the only one of these this evening that Eric has seen.
Yep.
And unless one of these you saw when you were a kid, you just don't remember it.
I mean, that's possible, but I don't think so.
Are you ready?
Very little of this.
Are you ready, sir?
I'm ready.
Okay, folks, if you want to watch it with us, go ahead and get that episode out. And maybe we should give folks a minute, just a minute, to grab their discs. And I know lots of folks. Okay, apparently we are already past that 350 mark, so we will tackle that. Wow, thanks, folks. Really appreciate it.
We'll work on that during the intermission.
Absolutely, we'll work on that during the intermission. Okay, wow, that was easy.
Done.
wish everything was that easy. If we get to 400 tonight, I will come up with something way more special than that. But anyway, let's go ahead and get started, folks.
We will do a Shakespeare play. Just the 2 of us back and forth reading lines. If we hit 400 tonight,
I'm not gonna say no, and we can familiarize ourselves with the Bard. Yeah. We can exercise our familiarity with the Bard. Okay, here we go. Everybody, please press play now. I hope I gave everybody enough time. So here we go. This is the pilot. Some great stock footage of Gotham City's World Fair. You know, they went all the way to Gotham to get the stock footage, Eric.
Yeah. We do a lot of like World's Fair things with Gotham, don't we?
Mm-hmm. And a lot of just global things in general.
Yeah, Gotham's kind of like I can't think what I'm thinking of now. But we're just like everybody seems to come to Gotham to do stuff.
This guy's accent,
yeah,
he is from 15 different countries simultaneously.
It's a friendship luncheon.
I'm half with my country. My country, oh. We're doing a really good job of setting the tone for the series just with this guy talking.
Yeah.
Not Batman.
Speaks in foreign language. Well, at least we know that we're not supposed to understand what he's saying.
Yeah, yeah. Are you commenting on the subtitles again, Eric?
No.
Is that what you're doing? No?
No.
You would never do such a thing?
No.
I love this cake. We should recreate this cake for something.
What is the other one? It's Uncle Sam and...
Moldavia.
Something Moldavia?
Yeah, yeah.
I want what the last word was. I will chop for you in the name of what? That was friendship.
Probably friendship. Oh, and you know what? Now you know what's underneath the blanket there. Yeah. We'll save it for later in case you've never seen this episode.
It is not the dinosaur that ends up in the Batcave.
That's
you know, it's really surprising that there is
was
no dinosaur in this Batcave.
Yeah.
That seems like a thing they
and it's big enough. You could kind of fit one in there.
Mm-hmm.
That set is astounding for that time. I mean, just how much space there is. Oh, come on, Inspector Bash. With a name like Bash, you should be able to tackle the Riddler. I'm really glad we're watching this.
They're all
because I was afraid we were going to have a Riddler show tonight.
They're all just like, nope, not us. You got to use that phone, man. We couldn't possibly try and answer a riddle.
We already set up the incompetence of the police department right away. The culture of dependency.
I asked this when we watched this the other night. I'm asking now, who does he think he's talking to when
he talks to Alfred?
Yep.
I guess, but it's just Batman must be a rich guy. He must have a butler. I like to assume that Gordon just goes out of his way to not think at all about who Batman might be. But we do that in the comics, of course. You know, where Gordon doesn't want to know. He knows who it is, but he doesn't want to know. I think there's some version of that. This fishing thing lasts throughout. We come up with other excuses for Dick and Bruce to run off together, but very often it is fishing, and we make it fishing again when we in the new animated movie that came out last year.
Yeah.
Return of the Caped Crusaders.
They didn't pay me enough headlines.
Now, in the new movie, they imply that Aunt Harriet thinks she knows what's actually going on, and that they're actually a homosexual couple. And I don't buy going quite that far. Although they are kind of trying to modernize it, but it's still the '60s, so I don't know. But
oh, look, one pole's bigger than the other.
That's right. And Adam West liked to bring that up every chance he got.
You know, there's a thing like that with
we've got the innuendo a minute and a half in.
There's a thing like that
right
with
off.
Forever, but it was an accident. Where I think it's Robin's or maybe it's Bat. One of the two of their, like, the codpiece part of their costume is significantly larger than the other person's, and it was just like the way it turned out. Like, it wasn't an intentional joke, and they fix it in Batman Robin.
Okay,
and that's the whole thing. Schumacher talks about it.
There is
the fish Batman.
So, one of the best issues of the Batman '66 comic, I believe it's the last one. I think it's issue 30. Dramatizes this opening sequence, and it takes all of these villains that were never named and makes them characters. And
Bag had one of them. I saw a guy with a bag on his head.
Yeah, they're all there, and they get names, and they're really clever. And I don't remember them right now, but they get there's a fight scene, and you see Batman knock them all out, and we even come up with an excuse for why the walls in the room are all the colors that they are in the intro. It's very clever.
Series, right?
Right. Yeah. I'm sure there are fans of this show that know it so well they can tell you the license plate number. I don't go that far.
You don't know the license plate number?
No. But I know it takes 14 miles to get to Gotham City.
Well, you know about the people.
I know that.
You know about these people.
No. Well, if you had to binge this show like I did over a period of a couple of months, you too would know, like, okay, this lady, whatever they pull up to the to police headquarters, like, she walks around the car, and then you got the lady in red that walks up, and the lady with the purse behind her, and it's always the same. And where is the dry ice or the mist or whatever coming from? The smoke. There's smoke coming from somewhere.
Semple Jr., who
wrote a lot of this.
And would keep writing things like this. He writes Flash Gordon and something else that are in this vein of kind of campiness.
Yeah, and he wrote the movie.
It'd be interesting to see what you thought of Flash Gordon.
Yeah, because I didn't know he wrote that. I'm actually, I hate to say, more interested in seeing that now that you say that.
Yeah, because that's a camp movie.
Yeah. I know it was camp, I just didn't know if it was, my brand of camp. Folks, if you just came in, we are recording this live. We are watching the pilot. We're watching High Diddle Riddle, and it'll take you a bit to sync up with us, but right now we're at about 6 minutes and 40 seconds in.
People?
Somebody was asking in the comments
Okay.
where we were. I always love the blocking in these scenes in police headquarters. All the completely unnecessary pacing as we're trying to think out the riddles.
So they know who the Riddler is. Are there any villains that are introduced, or are they all Batman has faced them before?
We start introducing more of them as we move along. So, yeah, a lot of them... Early on, if memory serves, there are at least a few that are like, we've dealt with this villain before. And, like the big ones you think of. But I think...
Is the Catwoman episode the first?
Catwoman might be the first time we deal with her. I honestly can't remember right off. I know we introduced Mr. Freeze, and they make a really big deal out of that, where it's like, we've never faced this person before. So early on, it's more often people that we know, which is the exact opposite from what the animated series will be.
Hey, he answered the phone on his own.
Yeah, but that's because it's a car phone.
Yeah.
And he does answer his own phone. The thing is, he has a phone in the Batcave also, and if he's in the cave and nobody else is around, he'll answer it. So Gorshin, of course, is wonderfully manic and hysterical, and really sets the tone for what you do as a villain in this show. I really think if Gorshin hadn't gotten this first and somebody had been more understated, it might not have even been what it was. You know, I mean, I don't think you can overestimate what he did for this show.
Is this show an over-the-night success? Like, does this episode air and all of a sudden everyone's got Batman fever? Or is the show that, like, a couple episodes in, like, people... It really hits big?
I don't know how long it took, but I know first season was enormous. And I think it had huge ratings and they did a really good job of marketing it early on. And of course, the merchandising was there from the beginning. You know, I mean, they really thought they had something. And there was a sense as they were making it that maybe this would hit real big. And of course, they spent so much money on it. This was one of the most expensive shows.
That's interesting, because I would think making the show, you'd be like, man, I hope anybody gets this.
Yeah, well, there was that fear too, but I think they thought that at least they'd be big with kids.
And it was.
Yeah. So I would argue that the joke we're about to do here with the Great is kind of the first sense you get of just how corny we're going with this. And that it's an intentional comedy.
Yeah.
And as everyone always says, you know, this works because we play it straight. No, this is funny. He's like, well, of course, Batman doesn't want to drop a grate and kill people on the ground below. But that's hysterical. Just that he has that?
Yeah.
And that glass break looks great.
No, that's one of the things that works so well about the show, is that kids can watch it as just a standard adventure show, and adults can watch it as a comedy that it is.
Now that you've seen this, do you agree with me when I say that I wish and I guess you haven't seen much of the rest of the show, but are you with me on the difference between, like, the lighting looks a little darker than the rest of the show? Like, I wish the whole show looked like this.
Yeah.
Like, it's still written like that, but I really like the juxtaposition of even shooting it like a grittier thing. And I wish Batman dealt with villains more at night in the show, because it's wonderfully stylistic. Like, whenever we go to night in this, the juxtaposition with the comedy works better. You'll see that with the Catwoman episode too when we get to it. It looks more like this. They made it a cigarette lighter. The riddles in this are better than the ones in Batman Forever. Some of them are also really kind of those really arbitrary riddles where there could be maybe other answers. And
I mean, most riddles are like that.
Gotham was hysterical this season with that.
Yep. Yep.
Their riddle writing was really good.
And the fact that they're like, well, there are other answers to these.
Yeah, and just making fun of the whole riddle idea in the first place. Yeah, that was great. Will Brock says, I also find the pilot episode a little more laid back compared to just the rest of the series. Like, I'm not actually fully understand that comment. Like, I don't know that any of the rest of the show feels uptight compared to.
Okay,
to the
he
show.
did just destroy Price's private property, right? Right there, like
yes.
the restroom right there.
Yeah. Well, yeah, but it was an accident. He could say it was an accident very easily.
I mean, it was an accident, but
the satire about legal loopholes in this is great, and that's the thing we do all the way through the show.
This loophole is insane. Oh no, that's not this. I'm thinking of Penguin for Mayor, where there's the most insane legal loophole of all time. He knows about legal loophole. That is just the opposite of the law.
Okay, well, that's interesting. One of the things, of course, that I think makes this stand out, and you're just going to have this at the Formula Works, is that it's the first time, so it doesn't feel as formulaic. You know what I mean? Like, and even when you know what the formula is, going back to it, I think it still kind of feels that way.
Yeah, I can't tell you how often when we're having conversations, I walk over to the mail place and just.
We don't bring up his parents' murder more than once or twice after this, and I think it's really funny that throughout this episode he just keeps bringing it up. And you're like, yes, we get it. Your parents were murdered, and that's why you're doing this. But I like how brooding he is as Bruce Wayne. I wish we did more of that.
Do you think he could have been a straight Bruce Wayne?
Yes, absolutely. As much as I think he could have been a straight Bond. I mean,
yeah. And we'll talk about the Bond thing in a little bit.
Yeah.
Because there's an interesting connection this episode.
Unique to this 35 wants to know how long the stream's going to last. We're going to do this for about 3 hours.
We're thinking a century, maybe 2.
It's funny that this is the second show we decided to do this with, and again, a lot of that is because Adam West passed, and we were trying to think of some kind of a nice tribute to do for that. And this just kind of came up and popped in our laps. But we binge well, so it is going to be kind of interesting seeing if we get a little sick of it as we go along. I mean, I adore this show, but it is not meant to be watched this way. Nathan Snyder says, anybody remember when the Riddler was a good guy? I loved that stuff.
Yeah, the Paul Dini stuff.
So that was a really weird choice there, Burt Warren, and I wish you guys had used another take because it kind of creeps me out. I didn't need that. And that is, it's set up very differently in the final product, but this is the exchange that they use for the screen test.
I like that he looks at his hand and goes, a glove, of course. Like he had to see him, like, oh!
Yeah. So I've actually seen that scene played in a different part of the Batcave, and the lighting is different, and the tone of it is moodier. Yeah, and it's that scene. And they also, and I've also seen that done with Lyle Wagner and whatever kid he was auditioning with, who had a really high pitched voice.
Just eating calories by the spoonful. You ever had caviar?
And that's right. They decided we're there with the Dutch angles finally. So what?
Have you ever had caviar?
I have never had caviar.
I've never had caviar either.
No, that caviar bit's great.
We should rectify that.
I
mean, the way everybody talks about it, I assume caviar is insanely expensive, but
now this is not a thing that we do a lot with the narrator throughout. Like, usually he just pops in, he pops in to tell you about the death trap and ask if we're gonna make it out. And he,
go.
Yeah, two, and he, I don't know, that's a choice, and I'm sorry, what was I talking about? I was in the middle of a thought, and then I got distracted.
The narrator.
Yeah. So excuse me. So he'll come in at the end to do that, and sometimes he'll be like, meanwhile, he does that whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
But it was a little odd to have him come in and just be like, I wonder what the Riddler's doing now, kind of thing later.
I love that he drives like 6 feet away. He doesn't even park it.
It's great.
Such a nuisance.
There are reproductions of the Batmobile that do that.
With a little thing?
Yeah, that have the scope that comes up. That camera's amazing, by the way. I just want to throw that out there. It's on the antenna with a camera thing. And you know now you can actually build a camera into it because we have cameras that small. Yeah. Oh, that's cool, actually. I'd love to see somebody do that.
Gleeps.
Yeah.
Gleeps, y'all.
I gotta start writing that into stuff. I want to know how popular that was even then, you know? Gleeps!
Wouldn't want to attract attention. So the girl here is Jill St. John, who's the guest star for this episode. She is the Bond girl in Diamonds Are Forever, which is the film that Adam West the role for Bond for, and that's kind of interesting.
Johnny Five's laughing at Check Your Cape. Yeah, I was like that line too. And a lot of people, I don't think realize that the Batusi goes back this far. That I mean, it's yeah, and like 20 minutes into the first episode. You know, the pacing here is really good.
Yeah.
I mean, I think this pilot does an excellent job of establishing what the show is and the trappings and everything, while also telling the story it's telling. Yes, it's a formulaic and super campy show, but it's not a show that has pilotitis in any way, you know? With, I guess, the small exception of just making a big deal out of this is what Batman's origin is, and then it hardly ever comes up again. But some people might think of that as actually something that makes an improvement on most of the rest of the series, because we actually know what his motivations are initially. Johnny Five, at least they have Bruce Wayne's charm of women down. Yeah, he's not that different from what he is in the comics, really.
Yeah. He would have immediately hit the Batmobile. The Batmobile's right in front of that.
See, pop music is a teenager's greatest weakness. So all you have to do is, if Robin's in the Batmobile, is just start playing this kind of music, and then he won't pay attention to anything because he's just like so into it. Doped!
So, have you ever heard the...
That's never not funny.
When Grant Morrison lays out the timeline for how all of Batman is canon, this is how it all like figures together. Have you ever heard his explanation for all of this, the 60s stuff? It is essentially massive hallucinations because
oh yes, I have. I'm sorry.
Induced by fear toxins and Joker gas, like all that stuff, just finally just built up in his system.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was reading comments. Yeah, I do remember that. It's the only possible explanation.
Yeah, yeah. Probably Grant Morrison counts all Batman all the time.
So right away we have a villain who tries to steal the Batmobile, and Batman has the best security system.
Yep, you just put a thing over the security system that says start button.
Press start to play! And then it just shoots fireworks and glitter everywhere.
Yep.
Or you get glittered.
Why is he? I would have just given up at that point. He took longer than I would have to give up.
That's a good point. Was he just that startled?
Maybe.
Or was he still like trying to press buttons and stuff?
You know, it just seemed like he was still trying to do this.
If you think about the practical effect here, it is incredible that they were able to stuff that much fireworks in the back of the tailpipe.
Cutting away and cutting back.
But even when you just 6 or 7 in a row, it's astounding you can put that many in it.
One candle that does like 5 or 6 shots. You might be able to do something like that.
That's a great point. It just looked bigger than that.
This is not a fire. It will never look like a fire.
Yeah, but you can see
bomb at worst.
You can see why the Batmobile would maybe.
I think he thought it was a fire. I think we're supposed to think it's a fire.
Oh. I like how Gorson's about to cry.
I don't like that mask.
I don't get the Batmobile. Drive away in my Riddler mobile.
It sits too far. I don't know. I like this mask. I like the one he has.
Daniel Davis says this show made the Riddler popular. Absolutely, there's no denying that.
He only has 1 or 2 appearances before
and
this show.
It's 12 years in between. Some 11, 12 years. Batman on drugs and acting drunk is just the best.
That was a little veiny.
Oh yes, you're quite right, sir.
Surely you'll let me go to that.
Okay, I guess that's also sort of a pilot thing where they need a cop to explain to the audience what that is and why he's supposed to go there. Like, they're both cops. I don't know why one's really needing to explain that to the other one. Where have they got Robin? Meanwhile, back in the death chamber, this, for a minute, looks like it's going to be way more gruesome than it is.
Yep.
But you can see why kids took this seriously, because it's real dark and scary looking, especially for this period. Like, oh my God, what are they going to do to Batman? What are they going to do to Robin?
And the answer is basically nothing.
Brady Mallet calls Grant Morrison the Jimi Hendrix of comics.
See, he picks up the scalpel. He didn't even say scalpel. There was no scalpel. He just knows to handle it. And he's going to put it right back down. He's not going to do anything with that scalpel. See? He's intimidating a passed out person.
You know what? It's just for him. It's all just for him.
I don't get the Jimi Hendrix of comics thing, except he's not.
He says just because of the drug-induced thing.
Oh. Probably not.
I think odds are good that he'll escape, Eric. I think it is the first episode after all. Even if you don't think he'll get out of this.
Oh, man.
Just remember, we have to watch him get eaten by a clam later, so... And the worst is yet to come, is the thing we bring up.
It's Batman Forever and Riddles.
So I know this is difficult to do, but like, put yourself back in 1966. I mean, I know you weren't there and all, but just think about things you know that were on TV and film and stuff up until the point. No one had ever seen anything like this.
No. Based on most 60s television I've seen, this pace is almost breakneck.
Too, yeah. But I mean, again, for the time, it looks like a comic book.
Mm.
And the colors were really important. Yeah. Every episode says in color, and it's because most people had a black and white TV. Well, folks, we finished the first episode. There we go. So we're going to go on now, or we finished half of the first
episode.
Television! So now we're going to rig up the second episode, the second part of this, which is smack in the middle, I believe. Just a minute to do that. Oh, these menus are so pretty, Eric.
Yeah.
We've been making fun of this a lot lately. Warner Brothers just has the worst menus right now. And I thought it was just with their superhero stuff, but Eric tells me they all look like this.
I mean, at least it's also on the Nice Guys. I don't know about other...
Where it just if you're not looking at
that's far enough out of the superhero wheelhouse that it suggests it's all
across the board. It really looks like they just took like Windows DVD Maker or some program like that. I mean, whatever it is, it's freeware, right? It's like they went on the internet. I mean, it's Warner Brothers. You know, think of everything they own. And they don't even have their own software for this.
I can't watch a Warner Brothers movie without Warner Brothers DVD menu.
Okay, so Will Brock says his favorite Riddler episode is probably the silent movie episode. That made my top 10, and I thought about showing that tonight. But somebody requested the pilot, and I thought it would probably be nice for Eric getting into this to start with something he actually has seen recently. So anyway, so we're gonna watch the second part of the pilot, smack in the middle, and let's do that, Eric. Let's do it right now.
All right.
All right. Let's watch the show.
I am ready.
Eric is ready. Everybody, please press play. Hope you're there now. If you haven't, please press play right now.
I've got you for 3 hours. 3 hours of playtime.
Playtime. Why did you really just take Bane and Bonesaw? And my Bane is coming. Last time we saw Prime Minister's exploding cake. The exploding cake line at the end of this is one of my favorite things in the whole show.
Snapshot.
Yeah.
Just the Riddler holding the gun and the...
I have thought about doing this in more videos. I did it in the second part of my rewind for the show. But I wanted to do this with other shows. Like, when Lost was on, I always thought that would have been the funniest thing to do with Lost. Like last time we have seen, and then you just show all the crazy stuff that happened last episode. A polar bear! No one knows where that came from, and they never will really totally understand that.
See, I don't like that mask.
No, I don't like it either. So, just a little bit. Okay, there it is there. So, we didn't talk about this in the first episode. Sometimes in this, and I think some of the earliest episodes, when we do the, paint can swirl thing, we get the da-da-da-da-da sound effect, and sometimes it's not there at all. And in the first episode, it's just not there. It's almost like it's an effect that they meant to put in, but it's missing.
Mm-hmm.
Effect there will lose finally in the intro. I don't know why it's there. It's almost like it's misplaced because we hear and then about 5 seconds later
they'll punch. You
see them punch. Yeah, and I don't know if that was a mistake or not, but later on they sync it. And I think it is the same sound effects.
It might not have been a mistake as much as we could just put it here and it would look better.
Someone just said this is the most fun they've had with the show. Thanks for saying that. We just got started. Nathan Snyder, they did do Bane, Killer Croc, and Harley Quinn in the 66 comics. Yes, they did. Bane is the best reinvention they did. Hands down. It's so much fun.
Bane, Killer Croc, and who?
And Harley Quinn.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Did they do anything cool with Harley?
I remember liking it okay. Yes, actually, now that I think about it, it was really cool. They made her a real honest-to-God, straight-up Harlequin. It was really cool. She did a lot of cool, twirly acrobatic things, and
that's cool.
She was a lot of fun. And I think she got her own plot. I think she breaks off from the Joker and actually is a villain in her own right. And she's the special guest villain for that comic. It was great. One thing I wish we had gone far enough to do, but paying for licenses for likenesses would be expensive, so I understand why we didn't. But in the 66 comics, I always wished we had gone to real actors from the period and
have paid for the
I just think you would have had to pay for that. Yeah. But I really would have liked to have seen it for some of the modern villains that they went back and redid. And one of the other really cool things they did
is not a card.
One of the other really cool things they did in that show, or excuse me, in that comic, is they took False Face and they turned him into Clayface. And I always thought that was just a brilliant notion. Malachi Throne is funny. The guy who played, I think that's his name, the guy who played False Face, because this is a Wally Wingert thing. He told me this when I interviewed him, but he said that Malachi Throne used to hate that part, and then he found out that there was a fandom and that people really liked False Face. And then he went to cons everywhere and brought false face masks and sold them, and yeah.
Okay, so we have those aerosol cans over there, the knockout and the wake up. They're marked A and B, but for some reason, the A is what he used to wake him up, which means you knock him out with B and you wake him up with A.
That seems real convoluted and hard to remember.
Yeah. I was sleeping.
See, from the very beginning, all of these adults are clearly going back to their childhoods when they were playing in the backyard.
Trace it. Record it.
Now I feel more competent. Ho, ho, ha, ha. Yeah, now I said that he sets the tone for this, and that's also something Adam West says in the book that the kind of tell-all book that came out a couple years ago about the show. I say tell-all book. It's like a big coffee table book. I started reading that, and I didn't realize just how much information was in it. Like, it's going to take me a while to read that. But he talks about Riddler setting, or Gorshin setting the tone. At the same time, he's not quite exactly what he'll be when he starts coming back and playing this role again.
He doesn't really have his laugh.
He's starting to develop it. Last episode, no, we did get that some last episode. Yeah. I was even doing it some when he started doing it, but he hasn't started doing the more subtle variations of it yet. It doesn't have the variations. He does do the full blown manic.
It's 2F something.
Eric's trying to follow this plot.
No, I was trying to read the license plate.
And see, it's not there, but we had it earlier. The sound with the paint can spin.
That's clearly a woman.
Yes, this is hysterical. So she's going to put the mask on, and it's going to transform her entire anatomy. Have her voice. That's hysterical. See?
You're right. He does have it.
It is, and once again, it's important to note that is that absurd on purpose.
Yeah.
And I think some people don't quite get that it's not like, because it's easy sometimes to look back at old TV and think things like, oh, maybe they really think that like that's good enough or would fool people or something. No, it's that absurd when it's on.
Yeah.
It's already that ridiculous. No one can drive in the show.
Yeah, he's all over the place.
Yeah, and it's not going to be just him. Like, I mean, you think Batman would drive on the right side of the road and wouldn't like straddle the line? You'd think that was really important, because he's always talking about observing the rules of the road. And he's
you're on the wrong side of the road.
Asian
what is happening?
Yeah, nobody can drive in the show. So it's not just Batman not following the law. It's like if you're on that road, you're just not going to be anywhere close to where you're supposed to.
That's how people used to drive in the 60s.
It seems like the absolute most dangerous place to drive that way.
Well, it's why we invented seatbelts. We didn't need seatbelts before the 60s because everybody drove normal. Then they start driving like this. And we had
this sequence is so ambitious for television right then. That will do this much gadgetry in the Batmobile in a car chase. You don't see as much of this later. Just so many things in one car chase. I don't think we're watching anything today, Eric, that will get us the parachute pickup service. But at some point, I have to go back and remind myself which episode that is. So there's a couple, so I can show you that because it's the best thing. Look at this Riddler helmet.
Yeah. Custom made just for this.
David Crabtree says he likes Burt Ward's performance in the scene. Yeah, they did Poison Ivy in that series too.
Ignition. It wouldn't conk out the ignition.
No, why ignition? That's not the word you wanted there.
No. That conveniently happened off screen.
I'm kind of concerned we won't have as much to say as we move along tonight because I feel like we've auditioned, or I feel like we already rehearsed for this commentary because you and I just watched this. Oh no, I'm wrong. He's doing every bit of that laugh. The falsetto and the lower voice stuff. He does the he goes down to the
Wait, what, maybe you keep putting out the fire?
So that's Burt Ward's voice. I just want to throw that out there.
Right.
Mm-hmm. I wouldn't have made that choice.
Yeah.
I would have taken that out of it and maybe had her ADR herself going, or nothing. Maybe nothing. Nothing would have been a better choice. A whole lot of chatter in the comments. Thanks a lot, folks, for being here and participating. Out with us.
Do we want to remind them about the Shakespeare script reading?
Having a great time. Yeah, sure. Are we really gonna do that?
If we have 400 tonight,
well, we can't do an entire play.
Well, we won't do it tonight.
Okay,
but if we have 400 tonight, we will do a reading of a Shakespeare play.
Of at least part of a Shakespeare. But I don't want to promise an entire Shakespeare play. That's a lot. But yeah, on Patreon. Minute, because this scene is great, and we need to talk about it. And now she's a woman again.
Wait, he says he spotted the defect in the mask instantly. Tell us what the defect was.
If
he sees,
I think he could have spotted a defect in her anatomy.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If he sees what we're seeing now,
yeah,
it's pretty easy.
Right? Yeah, if he's seeing that.
Okay, now this scene makes no sense.
No, it really doesn't. And I love the choice, and I love how, again, for this show, dark this gets. And we don't do enough of this stuff later on. People don't die in the show, really. And, spoiler alert, but she's going to, for no reason, leap into the atomic pile.
Okay, why does she need help? Go back down the ladder.
Yeah, and I mean, I get being petrified and scared where, like, you hear this, you don't know what's happening. Once again, real ambitious. This looks, honestly, really great.
Yeah. Okay, now she's going to keep climbing. Why is she climbing? Now she's going to move towards the nuclear power reactor. I don't understand what's happening.
Yeah, I mean, I can sort of get that, but I don't understand why you're standing where you are right now.
I don't understand how you got to where you are for this scene to happen.
Yeah, it's real contrived. But it's all worth it for the line. And I feel like this is the moment that gets so many people immediately in Adam West's corner. What a terrible way to go. Okay, that shot outside police headquarters right there was really strange.
Was it not the same shot?
No, it's a lot of the people that I think some of the same people that we see walking up the stairs. I've looked at that a lot. Okay, I recognize some of those outfits, standing around the Batmobile, like leaning in and looking inside of it, and like I don't know what that was. But they should be careful because otherwise it could be 4th of July real early for them.
That's what computers just do.
Poor deluded girl. David Crabtree writes, that damn atomic pile. I lost the Batman on Film game show with an atomic pile question. I forgot about that. Yeah, he was on that. That was a real short scene. You don't see a lot of really super short scenes just for exposition in the show. Like, there was nothing really funny or anything that happened there. It was just getting us from one place to another. That's maybe a little clunky, honestly. I love the bat gauge. I wish we used that more.
But we don't know what it gauges.
It's a fun-looking prop, though.
But what does it gauge? Proximity to evil?
Oh, and there's his laser gun.
Yeah, this is his laser gun. That would be really useful in most situations, but he uses it to light a fuse.
And he could just pull out a match. And it doesn't... The fuse isn't so short that he couldn't have been next to it when he lit it. Then he could just walk away from it, right? What are we missing there? Even with the logic of this show, I don't know why he did that.
He's Santa?
Hey, I don't know what he's doing. Was that him just taunting him because he was about to finally kill him, or?
It looks like he was about to punch him.
Was he just going to punch him?
That was really impressive.
Holy showcase. That coffee table book has an entire like 2 or 3 page list of all the holies.
No, it's insane.
Goes up and down.
And it starts with a page that says, "Holy something, Batman is Robin's favorite phrase," and then it just has so many.
I should probably mention, because he's here, Mr. Crabtree sent us that in the mail. Thanks a lot for that. That was a thing I had been planning on purchasing, and already had a lot of fun with that. In fact, I might go grab that here after a while, and we can look through it some while we're doing this. That might be a cool idea.
Yeah.
Says he was tempted to play Arkham Knight when Adam West died with the Adam West costume skin on. That's a good idea. Yes, Johnny 5, Gotham City does have a beach. This Gotham City seems to be in California.
Yeah, we talked about that when we were watching it the other day.
Best I can figure, it's got to be either in California or Florida, but it looks more Californian to me.
No, it definitely looks more California. And it's probably shot in California, so that's right why it looks more California.
Naturally, yeah. But it was probably smart to just steer into that. I don't know if there's a map of Gotham that anybody's ever made from this show. I think that is one of the greatest lines of the entire show. Well, we've certainly come a long way from the Prime Minister's exploding cake. That we're doing this right after we did Patrick Warburton Tick, since Patrick Warburton's performance obviously is inspired quite a bit by Adam West.
Mm-hmm.
Obvious way to go, sure, but it was really well done. And also that character is somewhat inspired by Adam West Batman.
Yeah. He's a lot dumber than Adam West Batman.
Yes. Well, Adam West Batman isn't dumb.
Yeah.
The world is. I mean, people in the world are.
Oh yeah, there's this Riddler suit.
Wait a minute. The Prime Minister's climax dinner? What?
But yeah, Riddler
it's my wonderful climax dinner.
That hattery, and also looks jokery. And also looks kind of hipstery because it's all flannel.
Yeah, I don't care for it.
It's weird. I think the biggest problem is there's no question marks on it.
Yeah, it just doesn't look like a Riddler costume at all. I'm not even bothered by the pink in it. Like, that could be cool.
Mm-hmm.
There's stamp collectors.
This is not how laughing gas works.
Mr. Crabtree says, that elephant is bejazzled.
But yeah, we're going to see this laughing gas work, not how laughing gas works. Just saying. I know it's this show,
it makes people laugh more when people tell crappy jokes?
Yeah.
Is that why it doesn't work?
And then knocks them out.
Now, I do think that costume is real memorable and almost provocative with the elephant mask on it. Like, it could be a totally other villain.
Mm.
And that'd be kind of cool. But why is he laughing now? Why? Are you just laughing because you get to go on a big slide? It's like, why does wait for my signal lead to that laugh? Wait for my signal. What in the world is that? He's such a vulgar little comedian. I just love how long it takes this lady to get the joke. I like that when Riddler tells a joke, he goes, laugh! He sticks his head. It's the part. So there's a thing in House of Cards that Frank Underwood does sometimes when he walks into a room, especially like at a party with a crowd, and he's like greeting people, that Riddler did when he walks in, and the delivery is exactly the same. With hello, he says it exactly the same way. That's really funny to me. That's right. I found a connection between Kevin Spacey and Frank Gorshin.
This isn't how Laughing Gas works.
No.
Show ruined.
Nathan Snyder says that Riddler looks like a used car salesman, and I totally agree with that.
Yeah.
That's what it is. That's what it is. For Holocron, why can't fire alarms sound like Riddler's laugh?
Because you'd be trying to figure out who's laughing.
Oh no, you touched my car! Like, I want a car alarm that sounds like Riddler's laugh.
Anything is better than the car alarms we've had for the past 30 years.
Yeah, I take that. But now you'd be like, oh my god, there's supervillains in my neighborhood. So the thing we're about to see with the Mammoth is just great.
So the long game was to just steal the Mammoth, and Robin just destroyed.
Well, and the stuff that's in it, because it's got a bunch of priceless jewels and stuff. Trojan Mammoth.
Off screen.
Hey, he's wearing that.
Because if you remember when we went back to them, or when we were on them, Robin's like, this is clear what it means. Batman's like he's just humoring him.
He's wearing that air filter thing that he has in Suicide Squad.
Yeah. More people need that said curtain.
Johnny Five says, so the Riddler is just Joker in the series. You've made a similar case before. And you've even said you think Gorshin would make for a better Riddler.
Mm.
For a better Joker than Cesar Romero did. One thing to keep in mind is that not only does he set the tone for how actors will play villains in this show, but
all of the villains are kind of the Riddler Joker.
They're all Riddler because because they all have riddles and they all leave clues like that, and because he sets that format, he's one of. I mean, Gorshin's performance, of course, is wonderful, but he's one of the more memorable just because it feels like everybody else is ripping him off.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that we needed a slide whistle, but we do less of that as we move along.
Oh man,
you get some here and there. Venal Viper's really good.
Yeah,
that's really good.
There's a bit in where they do one of the most impressive car stunts I've ever seen, where the car literally flips in midair, and they add a slide whistle to it, and you're like, oh, well, that makes everything less impressive.
Red Letter Antilles, historical perspective is important. Oh yeah, I forgot all about that. So yeah, the legal satire.
Internet?
No, that's not how that works. The legal satire, and this is great, but I guess I could criticize it for not doing more with that. Like, it would almost be more fun if that's where the drama was, but then, I don't know that you'd want your pilot to be a courtroom drama.
Mm-hmm. I really like Prince of Puzzlers. We need to use that more.
We do. We hear that quite a bit.
I mean, just in modern mainstream versions of the Riddler.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, because Clown Prince of Crime, I think, is in this and Everything Joker, but I don't know. I think that's in this. But
yeah, I remember her.
I always remember Molly's death wrong because it's such a big, spectacular event, and it's so memorable and kind of disturbing that I always remember it being the climax of the episode, but it's not. Oh, Dr. Holocron mentions King of Conundrums. I think maybe that one.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if that comes up now, but that's also a thing that comes up in the show, I think.
Like a puff of smoke? Because she was atomized?
I know. It's so messed up. I love how just wrong that is. It's like this, and I made this case in the rewind, but this Bruce Wayne is a crazy person. And that's another thing that Adam West likes to talk about. My Batman was a crazy person, but he also stands up for all the right things, So unfortunately, everyone just has to rely on him because he's created this culture where they have to. Joker Goes to School is something we should watch tonight. We're not going to, but that was on my on my back burner. I thought about that.
Joker Goes to School.
Yeah, that one's great. There's a lot of satire about public education and stuff in that episode.
Oh, cool.
It's really good. Yeah.
Television.
Television. All right, folks, we are a full 2-part episode down, and what we're gonna do right now is get set up for our second season episode. No, I'm sorry. We're going to do 2 for seasons because we threw in the pilot. So we're going to do the Catwoman episode next. I am going to take just a quick, like 30-second break. I will be right back, and then we'll jump into that. And real fast, while I'm doing that, would you explain the Patreon thing? That if they just showed up, would you do that for? I'll be right back. And if you need to take a break right after that, feel free to. But you just real quick explain the Patreon thing to everybody. Okay, that'd be great. Thanks, Eric.
What am I explaining? What just that Patreon exists?
Well, no. The fact that we hit the 350 and then we're doing for 4. Yeah, because we were gonna do that, but then we got the Motley scene, and I didn't want to do it there.
Okay, so here's the deal. We said. If we hit 350 tonight on our Patreon, we're currently up to 350. If we hit 350, we were going to let everybody here tonight help pick what the marathon for the 350 landmark is. So we hit it almost immediately. So we're now aiming to hit the 400 landmark during this evening, which is insane and probably won't happen, which is why I decided that if we hit the $400 landmark, video reading the Shakespeare play back and forth. Don't know which one. Hey, Romeo and Juliet. That could be funny. I'm rather fond of Macbeth. But, yeah. I see people are commenting, but I'm over here, and I can't see the computer over there. So, Patreon is a website. You can go to it and give money to people. It's a thing that happens. Sometimes. Oh, good. Cap's back. I explained it.
Oh, thanks for holding the fort there. I appreciate
it. Everyone's real informed now.
Okay, great. Cool. So everybody's informed. As I'm doing this, I'll go ahead and check and see where we are on Patreon. And for anybody that subscribed tonight,
I should have just turned the guard.
I want to say thanks so much, folks, for doing that. We really appreciate it. As I said earlier, we are really in need of a little bit of help because revenues are down so much because of the YouTube ad boycott. And adding a little bit you could do is awesome, but also just watching.
While we're switching?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Appreciate as well. And grab the next disc. The next disc, folks, is disc 3 on the first season. We are going to watch the first Catwoman episode. Julie Newmar, because Eric has never seen this, so you will probably see a little bit less of us gabbing. I mean, obviously we'll be talking as we go, and we'll discuss things with you folks and answer comments and things. But Eric's never seen this one before, so he's going to be kind of taking it in as we go. Mr. Crabtree says that it's disc 2. I'm sorry, folks. Let me double check this because. Make sure that I'm No, it is disc 3 if I'm on the right episodes. I think it's Perfect Crime and Better Luck next time. Yeah, with the tigers. Yeah, that's disc 3. According to the booklet. Okay, so let me get mine set up, and Eric should be right back here in just a minute. Oh, somebody doesn't have season 2. Sorry to hear that. But we'll try to make this as entertaining for you as we can. Hi, Lo. The Curious Lo is there in the comments. I hope everything is going well with you and your new baby. The Curious Lo had a baby not too long ago. And we have not done a video together since then, but hopefully we will see her on Party in the not too distant future. Oh, thank you very much, No Tree 14. The episode with the parachute pickup service is the Bookworm Turns. That's another one we talked about watching tonight. We opted for Clock King instead. Pardon me, because Eric really wanted to see that one. We still are at 350. At the 350 tier, the hurdle there on Patreon, and so that is going to be a third marathon. So this is the first now of 3 marathons. Each time we hit a $50 tier, we do one of these for you, at least a 3-hour marathon on some kind of a TV show or movie series, and we are letting Patreon choose the second one, which is what we usually do. But this third one, since we already got there tonight, we're going to let you folks help us decide what that is going to be. And we will start doing that in, let me think here, because we're going to do that at the intermission. And Eric's coming back right now. So we will do a proper intermission after this next 2 episodes, this next batch. And then during that, we will let you guys throw out some ideas. And Eric and I will choose, based on your suggestions, what that third marathon will be. So Erica, it's just gonna be so much of me and you about marathon and shows, talking about shows. But as Eric mentioned just a little bit ago, if you folks get us to $400 tonight on Patreon, we will make a special. Should we do it as a live show? Or should we do it? Or should we just do it as a video?
It could probably just be a video.
Yeah, but we will do a special video where we will perform some Shakespeare for you. Ooh, I really want to do that. I really do. She wants to know when we will post the Patreon poll for the next marathon. I'll do that in the next couple of days. I was still taking some requests. I've gotten some more the last day or so. Okay, so. Lowe's in the comments,
hey,
and she wants to know what episode we're about to watch. We're going to watch the first Catwoman episode, and it's The Perfect Crime. The Perfect Crime. So if you're going to watch it with us, make sure and grab it.
Oh, I get it, because like a cat.
Right. Yes, of course. See, I told you this show's really clever, Aaron.
It's very smart.
Yeah. So anyway, and as I said a minute ago, this will be a little bit different than what you just watched, because Eric and I were real prepared for that one. And you don't know this episode, and I don't know any episode of the show as well as I know that pilot. So we will have things to say, I am sure, but this will be more reactionary than and Lo says hello, Mr. Eric. Okay, let's go ahead and get into it. So if you want to watch it with us, make sure to get it timestamp 0. It's The Perfect Crime. It's disc 3 of the first season. Let's go ahead. Here we go. Eric, I'm so excited for you to see this.
Cool.
This is the one that most conjures memories from childhood for me, of the entire series. This is the big one. Here we go. Everybody, please press play. Right now.
Was it an awakening experience for you as a child?
It was, yeah. This is how I discovered girls. Mm-hmm. Yep.
I bet that was Superman the movie. It's okay.
See, it's the night episodes are the best.
Ooh, I like how that's shot. Yeah. We're lit, I guess. Yeah, it's fine. I just went outside and
I'm gonna start pronouncing
it's
museum
light
like that.
out, and that surprised me.
At the museum. Yeah, that's because it's summer now.
Ah, it's Cat.
Ah! We like to do these kinds of zooms a lot in 60 shows.
Weren't there?
Probably jostled it, loosened it up a little bit. I don't know. I'm not sure.
Hole?
I'm not. Maybe she was trying to see how easily broken it was.
Maybe.
But she could have hit it real hard to do that. I just don't know.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I don't know.
This is before we came up with the entirely made up thing of lasers everywhere. Yeah, that's a thing that's in movies that we just accept. The laser gridded,
the laser grid.
Those don't exist. Not real. At least not the way we present them.
But I want them to be so much.
Nope, not a real thing.
Yeah. So Bonnie's a recurring character. Although we hear Gordon talk to her last year. Catwoman's theme in the score is, I think, one of the creepier ones and most memorable.
Do you think that's the one that was stolen?
Well, see, you might make that leap, but Chief O'Hara's gonna be absolutely certain before he suggests that. Yeah, see, most everybody's established.
So
somebody wants us to watch Riverdale.
Is it possible? I'm not an Archie guy.
Yeah, I'm not either.
I watch a Last of the Innocents adaptation, but that's all I know about Archie. Wow. Four-layer chess.
Yes, that's the thing I talk about in the rewind a little bit. This was also my top 10.
There's
and remember, the four-dimensional chess, this is right at the same time as original series, and it is impossible to tell which of these was shot first. So TOS does three-dimensional chess. They do this goofy four-dimensional chess thing. And this multi-dimensional chess was in the air right then, because I don't think one possibly could have inspired the other.
There's a manga I like called Blood Blockade Battlefront. It's 3Bs. It's
Okay.
1B3.
Okay.
And they take the chess thing to another level, where it's a chess game where while you play, more boards are created, and it can take days to play.
Oh, Lord. Somebody...
and they're just surrounded with chessboards.
Somebody in the comments asked if this show is especially continuity heavy. No, it's certainly not continuity heavy, and not any more than really any show at this time. But it does remember things. So... like, I think the sequence does kind of matter, certainly.
Mm-hmm.
But like when well, I don't want to give away the ending of this episode, so I won't mention that one. But there actually is kind of a continuity thing with this when she comes back a second time. But we do sometimes remember events, and we'll call back to them. We have recurring characters that are in the background that are people who work in the city, like public servants and stuff. And it's more continuous than you would expect, which is one of the really cool things about it. But again, watching it week to week, nobody's expecting anybody to look at these all sandwiched together.
Mm. Because who could have suspected DVD?
Right. Who could have suspected Netflix in your phone?
Do they ever hold a reveal for a villain? Like, you don't know who the villain is for the episode and they don't announce it up front?
Only no. Now, False Face always gave you a question mark where you didn't know who the actor was.
But you'd know that it was a False Face episode up front.
Yes. Give you that. One thing I do really like about this is that they keep Catwoman mysterious in the teaser. So we saw her arm, but we don't see her face yet. And I've always felt like she's one of the few villains in the show that the exact way they play in this episode, she gets a little jokier later, but in this episode, I feel like you could take this exact performance and have a less campy plot, and she's real sinister. Which is interesting because she's just a cat burglar. I mean, like, she's just stealing stuff, but she's real willing to kill people for whatever it is she wants. And she's real sadistic and teasy. And I wish we would see a live action version that is more like Julie Newmar's Catwoman. For my taste in live action, she's still the best Catwoman we've had.
I don't know yet. I haven't seen her.
But I am confident in saying that. People are just talking about all kinds of random TV shows. Veronica Mars, I never saw that.
I've watched about half of the first season of Rocket Mars. I lent out the DVD and I never got it back. But I loved what I saw.
I've always wanted to watch that. I should probably do that. I've also never seen Alias, and I like Garner a lot. And I should probably watch that.
It's the show that the iZombie guy did before iZombie.
So he let him drive it like a few feet, but or is he now deciding he's not going to let him drive it at all?
Gato. Gato means cat in Spanish.
Good job.
I'm a genius.
You remember in the animated movie, Phantom's Own? Man, I love the way we light the Catwoman set. Keeping her concealed.
Yeah. What does a cat burglar need with minions?
Everybody needs minions in the show.
But why?
Patrick Bates. Eric is a Spanish genius. Dr. Holocron says he likes Michelle Pfeiffer's performance despite her character not making a ton of sense. I do too, and I feel like she's looking back on this quite a bit. She's the Catwoman. She's not messing around, Eric.
Yeah.
And I kind of like that she's so hardcore she beats her minions. She does. She beats her minions. Or at least she threatens to. A lot. Oh, it's the History of Gotham City set. I didn't know that was pre-established.
Episode?
Yeah. Batman has a research like drawer.
Yeah, you told me about that. It's just like encyclopedias.
And it's just these, and I think it's these same, it's just these books. I thought it was only 2 though. So either we dropped it down to 2 books, or he just has 4 books in his Gotham City. No, I remember what it was. It's the Gotham City research shelf, and it says that on a sign. It's just a shelf. Dr. Holocron, is this the only time Catwoman has minions? No, not in the show. I mean, I don't know if in other media she has minions. I feel like there's got to be places where Catwoman has
minions.
Yeah, I mean, we got to think about this character very differently because she's just a straight up villain in this. And then as we move along, we do the Batman and Catwoman are, interested in each other thing, and he's trying to get her to go straight, and hopes that she'll think about fighting crime instead of. But a lot of that is also fitting her into the stereotype of women in this show, and I can never tell if it's just the show playing women the way we did at that time, or if it's making fun of that. It's very hard to tell, because sometimes it really does feel like it's parodying that whole thing, and it actually does have somewhat more progressive sensibilities. But Batman gloves on top of other gloves is great. But they do also fit her.
You should have had those when you ate that cupcake.
I should have. They also fit her. I messed up my Batman gloves when I ate a cupcake once because it was like this food coloring.
If you want to see that, you can go watch the Scooby-Doo and Batman.
Scooby-Doo Superhero Rewind. There's a stinger where I'm eating a cupcake in a 60s Batman suit.
And what you don't see is that the cupcake icing gets on the glove and kind of ruins it.
I think it's okay now, but yeah. But anyway, I think they fit her a little bit into the stereotype of, well, you're a woman, so you can't be bad. You were just like brainwashed or seduced or something, but we have to hold women to a different standard. We can't completely hold them to their action. I mean, they still go to jail and stuff, but we put them on a pedestal and we candy coat it more. Mr. Green Beanie says in the Golden Age, Catwoman had goons. I'm sure she did.
Okay.
Johnny 5, I totally agree with this. This show made Catwoman sexy and still look classy and amazing at the same time. Yeah, it's an incredible performance. It's a great look. Yeah, but it's impressive that they nailed it the first time out.
It's true.
That's what she should be. But we're also establishing a trend with that.
Yeah, you know, they've started putting out the Golden Age Batman comics in like the thicker volumes. I've been thinking about picking
Oh, that'd be great, yeah.
Because I've read the first year of Batman. So that year of Detective Comics, then Batman #1. I've read all of that, but I've never read anything else.
Because I don't know that Catwoman is like the Riddler, where she wouldn't have been popular without the show, but I think...
No, because she's already a reoccurring character.
Yeah. But I do think the way she's characterized and what she looks like has a lot to do with the show.
Mm-hmm.
This goon is great with Batman, and he almost could have said, and to a lesser degree, Robin.
What is happening?
Well, she has a meowing necklace that tells her what time it is. She's got an alarm in her necklace.
Oh. Catty corner? Ah. I get it, because she's a cat lady.
Well, if this is the Gotham City Exposition, why isn't anyone explaining anything to us?
Yeah.
Oh, look at this lighting. I just wish the whole show looked like this. But I did, for momentarily as we were watching that pilot, forget that this episode also looks like the pilot. There's this gravitas around her that we didn't have with a lot of villains. I think a lot of it was just making a big deal out of first female villain. Trying to go out of their way to make her not lame and easy to beat.
Are there any other female villains?
Yeah, there sure are.
Oh, okay.
But
I know we don't do Poison Ivy.
I'm pretty sure she's the first. Yeah, yeah, and they make up their own. I mean, we the first season we have was it Black Widow? I think her name's Black Widow. And we have Olga. God, I hate Olga. She's with Egghead a lot in third season. And there's other things I forget. Holy cats!
That's not cat acting. That cat was an happy. Hey, there's the bet radio thing.
Yeah.
And it doesn't have the thing around it that it has in the movie, so it looks more like the one you have.
Yeah, we talked about that a little bit when we did our party last week. Because I think it's also in the pilot. I think you just missed it. And she looks great with a mask.
Yeah.
Connor says, by the way, hi Connor. I didn't know you hate Russian. What do you mean by that? No, I just didn't like that character.
Olga?
Yeah.
You know, I
guess that is a Russian sounding name. I don't think the character's really especially Russian.
My ex-wife's mom's name was Olga, and I've always thought that was like a sounding name.
So first season we do a lot of words on top of the footage. Always remember the swaths of color just taking over the screen, and we don't do that as much. Maybe that's later in the season, but I think it starts in second season. I forget, and I think it's to kind of hits are more violent than they are. I love the spotlight.
Yeah,
that's just a great choice. Isn't this all just surprisingly stylized?
Yeah. Oh man, I need to get some of those.
If anybody else can remember other female villains, throw them out. Because I know there's another couple. I there's the Londinium couple. I forget their names, but that's a man and a woman together, I think. Oh, and Ma Parker, of course.
Who's Ma Parker?
She's a parody of that line. That is about as sexual as this show ever gets. And I just love how straight she plays that. It's great. Anyway, that gets me every time. That's hilarious. But yeah, Ma Parker is a parody of the real life criminal Ma Barker.
Oh, I see.
And that's a great episode, by the way.
She's tracing.
But yeah, she takes over the prison. What about minstrel's assistant? Well, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people that have female right hand stooges and stuff. And see, he's going to come out and tell us that. See, I bet you didn't know that though, Eric.
I didn't know that one.
I bet you didn't know what cat was in French.
Sorry, there's a crisis at work. Give me 1 second.
Do you need to run off?
No. All the computers are down.
CC Batman. Ma Parker reminds me of Granny from Beverly Hillbillies. Yeah, I mean she's younger. I can see that though. For a lot. You wouldn't think that would be a real memorable, likable villain, but I love that episode.
So do we get Cat from Shot?
Probably.
I mean,
or it's just a variation of.
I guess Gato is also close to Cat.
Yeah. Just a romance language variation thing we get close to. Yeah. Does Batman pick up satellite radio on that antenna? No, I don't think so.
I have to go through this call. I'm really sorry.
Yeah, no problem. I will hold the fort, sir. Well, I guess Eric's going to miss part of this episode that he really wanted to watch. I guess we can pause it, but that would be kind of weird for everybody to have to do. We're watching this because Eric really wanted to see what happens. You know what? We're going to pause it. Everybody, please pause it. 1854. If you can get your timestamp to 1854, please. We're going to go ahead and wait for Eric because we're getting into the best part of this episode. This is absolutely classic. And I really want Eric to get to see this, but unfortunately, he had to take an emergency phone call. So we're just going to take a break here, folks. I hope we don't lose anybody. I hope everybody sticks around with us. This shouldn't take too long, and we'll see where Eric is with things. But his job called, and he's got some issue he has to work out. So as I said, if you're watching along with us, make sure that you pause it at timestamp 1854. I guess I can just sit here and chat with folks for a few minutes while we wait for him to come back. Red Letter Antilles wants to know what's going on with Steve no longer being a regular and what's going to happen to Bat Chat. I'm not sure yet. I got to talk to Steve about that and see if he wants to continue with that. He's really busy with things and has and is kind of going his own way with stuff, and just doesn't have time to do. Before we're not really a well, I almost said multi-channel, but we're not really the network that we were when we did the 7 thing. We've kind of rebranded a little bit again. So everybody that was part of the 7 will still come in and out and do co-op things with us.
Oh, do we pause it?
But yeah, I went ahead and pause it for you because we're into the best part of this episode.
Sorry,
somebody
that's never closed at work before he's closing, and things are going. All the computers are down across the entire.
Oh my
company.
Goodness! Do you need to drive out? Or?
No.
Okay.
I just needed to help them figure something out.
Sure, no problem.
Hopefully, I don't get any more phone calls. Nothing else breaks.
But anyway, so I'm not,
computers.
Again, not totally sure about the Bat Chat thing yet. Hopefully Steve will agree to finish that with me, but if not, I'll finish it out with somebody else, and we'll see. We'll see if he has the time. No, because Dan's not a Batman guy, Batman. And Dan has stuff he wants to do with Spider-Man and things. So anyway, okay, guys. So as I said, and folks are asking me all kinds of questions about other things. If we have another lull like that or something later, I may take a couple more questions here and there about other unrelated things. But let's put our 60s Batman hats back on, shall we? Here we go. Okay, so get your timestamp to 1854 if you haven't done that already. We're going all the way back to 1854.
Yep.
We're going back to the Civil War. And everybody get ready to press play when I say now. Here we go. It's Death Trap time. Are you ready? All right, here we go. Everybody, please press play right now. And sorry for doing that. Sorry for having to stop right in the middle of this. Okay, so when I was a kid, it bothered me.
Really?
Yeah. And I remember this is the first Death Trap I ever saw, but I don't know if it was. I also remember King Tut with the crocodiles is a really early memory. That's a great line. What a great line. She's watching them on her closed circuit TV. I love how she toys with them. The big difference between this and King Tut and the Crocodiles is that doesn't look scary anymore to me, and this still looks great. See, even her laugh's not silly.
No.
She's just mortifying.
Yeah, no, she could have been in a Bond movie.
Yeah. Rather than Tilly says that Catwoman is overrated, I tend to think that overall. I'm not a big Catwoman fan.
I like Catwoman. The issue with Catwoman is once you start introducing the idea of her being redeemed, she gets real stale, and she just goes back and forth. Sometimes she's a bad person, sometimes she's a good person, and it stops tracking.
It's that regression thing you have to do. If you go full tilt and just let her be a superhero, maybe it would work.
Yeah, and we do that, but then we want to make her a bad guy again, and we go back and do that.
Keep retconning it, yeah. Would it almost be smart to just create a second character? This is like to have a bad Catwoman and a good Catwoman, and Yeah, we already... I think that's a really fun reveal.
Oh, of course.
Felix is hilarious.
His name's Felix.
Yeah.
Is the other one Garfield? Garfield doesn't exist yet, does he?
Sometimes Felix can't get rid of a bomb. So she's got death traps that don't actually do anything to you. And then she's got ones that are really sadistic and murder you. And if you think of this in the context of having watched several formulaic episodes, we're starting to almost subvert the formula with this. We've never seen this elaborate of a death trap where you have a thing that doesn't do anything, and then a thing that doesn't do anything.
Yeah, I don't know.
Lion.
But I mean, I get that, but...
Yeah. And they have leopard print. I mean, they're doing every kind of cat, They have house cat, jungle cat. The catalog is closed.
Oh, no!
He's going to the bank! They're going to send him to the bank!
Let's go in Futurama. What are those called? Pneumatic tubes? I think it's pneumatic tubes.
Yeah, I think so. That's a lot of tisses. Tisks.
And another tisk.
And another tisk. And there's a whole thing about Batman not gambling.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's... I think it actually is Joker Goes to School that deals with where the death trap... I think it's that episode where the death trap involves a slot machine.
How'd you breed that?
A tiger that only eats Batman! The Lady or the Tiger. This script is great. Like, there's a lot of silly and absurd in this episode, but
There's Tiger behind both doors, isn't there?
I think so. I forget. Or do we find out what's in the other door? I honestly can't remember right now.
Is there gonna be like a flag that pops up out of the tiger?
It's like
or meow?
Growl.
Same cat time, same cat show. I wonder what other questions will be answered. Can't even think of other questions.
Does the bomb actually explode if you do the wrong thing to it?
Was next episode like Jeopardy, where like I'm gonna get answers and I figure out what the questions I'm supposed to be asking at the end of this episode?
I honestly think you'll probably be disappointed if you overthink that. But yeah, doesn't this feel almost more like we're just adapting a comic from the period?
Yeah.
I love that about it.
Or at least a Golden Age comic.
Yeah.
Not the comics from this period, because they were quite silly, but...
Yeah.
Yeah, like a more traditional classic
Yeah,
comic.
but if you did a serious comic... No, yeah, you're right. I mean, more like a 40s comic or... I don't know, even going forward, like the 70s comics that are kind of like this.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Television!
He's going to do it every time. All right, folks, so we're going to watch the second part of this now. It's the perfect... It's Better Luck Next Time after the perfect crime.
Well, that's not a good pun or a good follow-up.
No, we do a lot. The episode titles in the show are a real hit and miss, and Adam West makes fun of that every now and again.
Oh, really?
Yeah, there's a... in that set I have Adam West naked. He's not actually naked. Adam West, before we had this box set, this was probably like 10, 15 years before that, he put out this DVD set. It was probably a decade before. If you ever heard me talk about this, where he talks about all 120 episodes and gets all of his thoughts about them and tells you about the making of those shows on this DVD set that he just made like kind of bootleggy and available to anybody who wanted them
because at that point it seemed like we were never going to get a release for the Batman series.
Exactly, so that he could talk about that stuff because he didn't think we'd ever have special features. And the special features we have are really good, but I don't know. I'm really glad I have that because you get to hear him talk about every episode. And that's a thing he talks about there where he'll say the name of an episode and he'll just look at the camera and be like, I don't know. I don't know. It's really funny. All right, folks, let's go ahead and watch this next episode. As I said, it's Better Luck Next Time. This is episode 20 on the third disc of season 1. And everybody get ready to press play. Here we go. Eric, are you ready, sir?
I'm ready.
All right, everybody, please press play right now. In color.
That is what we saw.
That we did. He's not lying. Once again, I want to thank everybody for being here with us, hanging out with us, watching some 60s Batman.
Stretch.
If you've just joined us, we're watching the second episode of the introduction to Catwoman, the first season of 60s Batman, and this is the second set for tonight of episodes we're watching. We already did the pilot. Open Sesame.
Oh man, if you didn't see the first episode, you'd think that was way more threatening.
Yeah,
because you don't see that's rubber or that's not really a bomb.
Yeah, that's true.
It says on context.
He's just reminding us of what we saw already. It's really not any different than what we do now with the recap things. That doesn't actually catch you up to speed if you didn't see the episode. It's just reminding you because you went to work or school or whatever, in between shows.
But we didn't.
No, we didn't. We were sitting right here.
This is our work and our school.
It is. Mm-hmm. We're getting an education.
This lizard face.
Mm-hmm.
And working.
Not Killer Croc, but are you aware of who the announcer is?
No.
In the show, because he never gets a credit. The announcer is the showrunner. It's Bill Dozer.
Oh,
he is the announcer in the show. Yeah. I love that. And I love that he doesn't give himself credit.
Except right there.
No, I mean for the announcer voice. Like I just think it's kind of fun that you got this like announcer voice. You don't know who it is. I don't know what the point is.
Do more often, right?
What's that?
Throw like live violent animals at their actors.
Yeah. It's crazy that that's a live tiger. I mean, it's obviously not an Adam West. He's fighting a stunt double, but job, I guess, with the insert shots when we get Adam West's face. But that guy's not Adam West. Well, actually, maybe occasionally it even is. I'm not sure. If we were watching this big, we could tell. I feel like when I was working on the rewind, I was able to pinpoint specific places where it's like that's the stunt double. Just like with Kirk, there's so much of that.
That's Adam West.
No kidding. It is. You're right.
That's also Adam West.
Nathan Steiner, cue the Star Trek fight music. I like the fight music in this show too, though.
Oh man,
he's putting on the.
Those. Oh,
yeah, and it looks like they're going to be gauntlets, but they're not.
That's disappointing.
Yeah, he uses them to climb.
Tiger's also disappointed. But I could.
You know what I just thought of? One of the things I really like about the fake traps is that none of them are cat related.
Yeah.
So it's not until you get the cat related one that it's actually lethal. The goodest, that's great. Ta-ta for now. See, she's like speaking in Twitter speak like 50 years before Twitter, 40 years before Twitter.
Well, it's Tigger.
Oh, yeah. I forgot about that. Yeah. That's probably why she says it.
No, I will occasionally say because of Twitter.
I forgot about that. Yeah, but like, and that's a cat thing.
Yeah.
That's probably why that's in there. I forgot about that. Because that obviously predates this by quite a bit.
No, I like that's Winnie the Pooh references often as I can.
Winnie the Pooh is what, a 40s invention?
I believe so.
Does it go back that far?
The books at the very least.
That's what I mean. But that's probably in the books, isn't it?
Yeah. I don't know. I never read the books.
Okay.
Did you read the books?
Yeah, but when I was a little kid. Okay, real quick, I want to mention something people have been asking me about. Barry Mallet in the comments here mentions DC Mania. Everybody's wanting us to do DC Mania. We're doing Batmania. We have announced this, folks. In the fall, we'll be doing every movie. We'll be doing commentaries on every movie with Batman in the title, including animated films. So we won't be doing Justice League things. We won't be doing everything with Batman in them.
We're doing everything with Batman in the title.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Just to clear that up for folks, because I've been getting a lot of requests for different things, and that we are doing that this year. And that doesn't mean that doing something with the other DC movies isn't off the table for down the road, but this is a lead-up we're doing for the Batman Year Project, which begins theoretically at the end of October.
Should we poll them about the world's finest Batman Beyond thing? Since we're undecided?
Yeah, let's talk about that when this is over. That's a good idea. Remind me if I forget.
Yeah. Or you guys remind me.
I love how far that set looks like it extends. I'm sure it's not actually that big.
Wow. You really threw your head on. Sorry.
There's a thing all through this where Catwoman hates Robin. Thinks he's always in the way.
Oh, I wonder if that's where Jeff Loeb got that for Hush.
What is he doing? I forget now.
Because Batman and Catwoman are a couple in Hush, but she hates Robin, is always annoyed when he's around.
Nathan Snyder, the Batman was here symbol. That's hilarious. See, look, it's symbol.
Do you think this is seeding No Man's Land?
Yes. Right. He's practicing for when he's going to have to.
He's going to have to tag area.
Tag the. That's what I was trying to think of. Yeah. So there's stuff that's set up already here with the Catwoman Batman relationship that when you eventually, and I guess in Batmania we'll do this, but when you watch Return of the Cape Crusaders again, you'll be like, oh, okay, that's where that's from.
Sure.
Sometimes we linger on signs a little too long. They're often really funny.
So they were a joke or a pun or something.
Probably
it was somebody's choice catnap.
I mean, I say they're on screen sometimes too long. I imagine sometimes it's for a laugh.
Mm.
I want to make sure you can look at it long enough so there's a comedic beat after it.
Well, and obviously this is in the time period when you can't pause anything.
Yeah.
Or rewind.
You know, I've never thought of that. Yeah, you're absolutely right. I've never thought of this. This show easily could have had a laugh track, and we're really lucky it didn't.
Yeah, no, you're right.
I've never thought of that before.
I mean, that would have driven home the point that it's a comedy.
But thank God we didn't do it.
Yeah.
You'd have a flashing sign that says "Bat Laugh."
I am not an animal scientist, but are tigers also attracted to catnip?
I don't know. I think that's an absurd, goofy thing.
I don't know anything about catnip.
I love that though.
So I don't know. Maybe it would apply to adult felines. I always assumed it was more just a house cat thing.
We start sticking the narrator back in this episode more because there's a couple of places where the show's like, we really need someone to tell you what Batman is doing right now. It's really important.
He's stuck in the labyrinth.
I think here in a minute, if memory serves, he's still like Batman starts doing a thing, and he's like, and then Batman's doing this thing, which he can't tell you about because he doesn't know you're a viewer watching the show. Even the goofy stuff isn't as goofy when she does it, in my opinion.
Down. I mean, I guess there's goons there, but he could just stand up.
Connor wants us to say if we like dogs or cats better.
I'm a cat person.
I used to be a cat person.
But you're allergic.
But I'm allergic, so in my mind I'm still a cat person,
Before
but I own a dog.
A cat. His name was Shanks. He was the best, and then he ran away. Not
until he says Eartha Kitt's version just wants to kill Batman. That's kind of true. In the rewind, I discussed it as Julie Newmar is a house cat, and maybe sometimes kind of an alley cat, and a fierce one certainly. But then Eartha Kitt is more of a jungle cat. And I really wish that we had come right out in the series and said they were two different characters, because they're characterized so differently.
Yeah, the Eartha Kitt one was one we discussed doing for this.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, because we don't have a Joker episode in this lineup, and
no,
she has a. Do we?
Oh no.
Oh well, we're doing Surf's Up. Yeah.
Surf's Up, yeah.
So we will see some Joker in this. I forgot about that. But yeah, she has a really good team up with the Joker, and she has a great car. She has a Catmobile. That's awesome. In the third season, Duke says both cats and dogs. Hi, Duke. I know Duke was here.
Hey, Duke.
Good to see you, buddy.
What are you doing, Savage Jane Solstice, Duke?
A lot of folks just coming out of the woodwork tonight.
Everyone's coming together for 60s Batman.
Yeah. We're glad we can all come together and celebrate Adam West.
They're coming together right now.
Yeah. I remember this being one of the better fight scenes in the show. Actually got at least a tiger.
Fire.
Yeah. They're not messing around.
I know I'm always on about the fake fire. That's real fire.
Mm-hmm. They're the bunk. But I like how the words sometimes will bounce around and move and stuff.
Really? You trust O'Hara's man?
Yeah. That line delivery. I might have tried another take because he said O'Hara's men, but briefly it sounded like hairless man, and it's not a hairless man. It's O'Hara's men. Connor asks if there's a fan theory about the rotating Catwoman actresses in the show, similar to the James Bond thing. Yeah, kind of.
I mean, the James Bond thing's terrible. Doesn't make sense.
People do sort of just think of them as different characters, and
they do it with Mr. Freezes.
With people forget that there are multiple Freezes. There are 3 Freezes and there are 3 Catwomen, and people don't talk about that. People seem to only remember what is it? I forget his name, but the main Wild. Everybody remembers that and forgets the others. And the first one's the best.
And there's a second Riddler.
Yeah, and there's a second Riddler. Mm-hmm. But then we go. He's the only one where we go back. Well, no, we go back with Newmar. No, we don't. No.
Does Newmar not come back after the kid shows up?
Eartha Kitt we get throughout season 3.
So she is a replacement.
She's a replacement. Yeah.
The Riddler one was.
He's a stand-in. Yes, yeah. He comes in. John, I forget his name now. He comes in, and then we get Gorshin one more time toward the beginning of season 3, in the legendary boxing episode, which I'm not a big fan of. People love that. One of the big images you see most associated with the Riddler is him in a boxing ring. I don't know why people like that as much as they do, but maybe for me it's just a letdown because it's the last time we see him and it's not anything like his best episode. One-parters, most of them just aren't as good.
One-parters.
What? It's one part.
I know, but just...
Oh, there it is! There it is! That's the bad research shelf. It was up multiple times.
It's a good thing they've got a metal analyzer. It really needs a big dinosaur.
Johnny Five, I'm with you. I think the Catwomans are supposed to be different characters. It's just the show never comes out and acknowledges it for sure. And I wish it did that. Julie Newmar and Lee Merriweather are playing the same character, I believe. But Julie Newmar Lee Merriweather's playing like a really similar character. No, this must be the episode. Maybe we don't do it anywhere else. And he's just got the exact same encyclopedia. I forgot that was the show. But it's sort of like that thing where like she's playing the same character, but she's not trying to do a Newmar.
From work, and then they hung up, so.
Yes, David's right. He says Lee Merriweather only did Catwoman in the 60s movie because Newmar was filming another movie. Remember we talked about that the other day, and I thought that's what was going on, but I don't know what the movie was. I should look that up at some point. I'm glad we got her because hers is a good take on it too. Everybody's got their evil villain vans.
Out in the valley.
The valley of the... Oh, never mind. So people are in the comments pointing out really awful ideas, intentionally awful ideas for marathon commentaries.
Are any of them Sherlock Holmes in the 22nd century?
No, it's like Michael Bay.
Oh,
like Michael,
no.
well,
the upside of Michael Bay marathons, we only have to watch one movie. Or it's like 3.5 hours.
Well, I think they're talking about manias before marathons.
Oh, that's not gonna happen.
And Snyder Mania, that one came up.
Okay, I am getting a phone call from work again. I'm sorry.
Okay, I'm sorry, folks. We got to pause it one more time. So 15:59, folks. 9, if you would. Hey, what's up? Hopefully Eric doesn't rip up the back cave as he's walking out. So, folks, sorry we had to do this again, but Eric's, like I said earlier, if you missed it, if you weren't here, his job is there's some technical difficulties with some folks at his work, and Eric's one of the managers there, so he's kind of on call even when he's not on call. So Mania, yes, I don't know that show well enough, like. I probably wouldn't do a Mania. I wouldn't be opposed to maybe doing a marathon like this at some point for a Doctor Who. I don't understand if people... folks, be thinking about what you might like to suggest for an upcoming marathon, because we're going to let you folks throw out suggestions, and Eric and I are going to live right here in person, theoretically, assuming he's able to come back and finish this with us. we're going to sit down with you and decide which thing we'll be watching. Not for the next marathon, but the one after that. We have, in just a week and a half long period or so, managed to hit 3 thresholds on Patreon, which is really exciting. So we're going to owe you 2 more of these after this evening, and I'm very excited about that. I want to thank everybody who has pledged on Patreon. Thank you for helping us out. We're going to do our level best to make it worth your while. And once again, if you can't or don't want to do that, don't feel pressured or anything. We certainly appreciate you just watching. As always, we are still sitting at 350. If anybody wants to you've still got quite a bit of time, and if we hit the $400 mark tonight, in addition to yet another marathon, Eric and I are also, per Eric's idea, crazy idea, we're going to promise you a video in which Eric and I perform some Shakespeare for you. And Eric has never really acted before, so that's going to be a really interesting thing to kind of get him past his comfort zone. This was his idea, and I think it's wonderful. So anyway, if you want to do that, that offer is open just this evening, just during this live stream, and we'll be streaming for you for at least another hour and a half, possibly a little longer. And of course, that just depends on when Eric is able to come back down. If you're not familiar with our Patreon, the $2 tier, as I mentioned earlier, gets you our new show twice a month. Geekvolution After Dark, and it also gets you some early content. We put out things 24 hours early, and many of our videos, not everything, but the majority of them, and also a monthly hangout with me and sometimes Eric, and also some extra content here and there as well. We just posted a pre-show with me and Dan for a new series that Dan and I are starting tomorrow. We're doing a series of commentaries on a TV show that I'm not gonna reveal yet right now. So anyway, it looks like Eric is back. Eric, are you back?
I'm back.
Eric is back. Okay, cool. So we will start again here in just a minute. So make sure that your timestamp is at 15:59 if you are watching this episode with us. And we're going to do our level best to get through the next 9 minutes and 13 seconds without interruption. So Eric is getting his earbuds back in. No, don't apologize. Robin in the middle of this sentence, that he's trying to say. Here we go. Everybody, please press play. Are you ready? Hope you're ready. Please press play right now. We will finish this episode. Unprecedented. We have never paused in the middle of commentaries before.
No, this new person getting trained at work, and
yeah, I was telling everybody you were kind of on call even when you're not on call.
To be open to things like this, because I might be moving up and having to do things like this more often.
Yeah,
so
totally understandable. Yeah, I wish I had some radioactive spray, although that could go horribly wrong.
ways could it go right?
Well, I just mean if it's not too radioactive, then you're probably okay. But if you're not really if you eat too much of a concentration of radioactive spray, you can glow in the dark or get cancer, or
if you keep using it, it'll build up. Or maybe you'll build immunity and you won't be, and radioactivity won't affect you.
Maybe so. Yeah. Yeah, but like with this, it's supposed to be like a little spray just makes you radioactive enough that they can track you. It's supposed to be the idea. And then she accidentally got some on her, so. Yeah, as far as the gadgetry works, it's a decent enough plot, I suppose.
Now, I know that obviously whenever they do something with the Batmobile, it's entirely practical. Can the car do all of the things, or do they have different cars that do different things?
I'm pretty sure they all do everything.
Okay, cool.
It has been so that cracks me up because they okay, so it's just a black screen with an arrow pointing to the south west or the south. Yeah, and anyway, exactly where it is. And I get like having a blip that tells you to go in that direction, but he's like, there's only one thing in that side of town. it is.
It's like Crazy Taxi.
Yeah, it's exactly like Crazy Taxi. Yeah. Or actually, I guess it was the Northwest. I don't know what I'm talking about. Anyway, see, he's straddling the line again.
You can't drive.
Yeah. Duke wants us to do a Bible Man marathon. We will take the requests for marathons after the show. So if you've already thrown out marathon ideas, you're gonna have to do it again after this. And we'll take a little break after this, and then we'll come back and we'll talk to you folks about that before we go on to the next. I really like the way the moral of the story is handled at the end of this particular episode. Uh-huh. That guy's a total idiot for not thinking of that before.
So it's also Dark Knight took from this. She kills the bus driver. Just so much inspiration coming from this show.
That's right. Yeah, I didn't even think of that one. I made a whole top 10 list when I did the rewind on the show of things the movies took from the show, and that was not on it. Armor for my car.
Yeah. Or
this is great.
Turning signals.
That's one of the things I remember from when I was a kid. Their tires. That's a real Bond-esque kind of thing.
Yeah, it is. Well, the Gadgety car is a Bond-esque thing, too. I don't know where this falls. I don't know when Goldfinger comes out, because that's the first one with the tricked-out car. I don't know if that's before or after this.
We can look that up. We know what year this is.
Well, it's Batman 66, so it came out in, like, what, like 68, 69?
Yeah, somewhere around there, yeah.
69, Goldfinger has definitely come out. I want to say Goldfinger's like 64, 65.
I thought it was before this.
But I'm bad at dates.
Yeah, and I'm not good with Bond. I just don't know really. 64.
64. So, yes.
Yeah, and
Bond has already had a tricked out car by now.
I have a fidget spinner. I have not bought a fidget spinner, although I saw Batman one the other day.
Yeah, we had one at the store for a while.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I forget where I saw that,
cool.
but I found that somewhere. It was kind of cool. Found it! The tires are flat! This set is great. This cave, it looks really good.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously these were made at the same time, so there's a lot of that, but, you know, different networks, different studios. Manos just arrived. Hello, Manos.
Hello, Manos.
Hey, Manos, we're watching Batman, dude. That's what we're doing. Watching some Batman. We have got left in the first Catwoman episode.
Oh, it's all Indiana Jones. Indiana Jones it's also inspired by...
Yeah. But also, this is inspired by Adventure Serial, so you had a lot of that kind of stuff.
Toss me the whip.
And she has a whip. It's interesting watching...
Oh, and this is Last Crusade. Like, there's literally this scene in Last Crusade where she won't stop trying to get the cup. Sorry.
No, you're fine. It's interesting watching this back-to-back with the pilot, given that we've got two women in a perilous situation like this. Except this one, I understand how she got there.
Yeah.
And she didn't make a really weird,
and why she's falling.
Yeah.
Other than just like, I'm up
gravity and... What you're not going to get is a pillar of smoke that flies out after she's fallen. As anybody knows, she's just dead. So when we bring her back, there's a throwaway line about it.
Would we explain it?
No, there's just a throwaway line where it's like, oh, we thought she was dead, but here she is. I don't think there's any explanation even. I forget now. That's right. Greed sometimes overpowers even self-preservation, kids.
That's also kind of the moral lesson at the end of Last Crusade.
See, now you like that movie less because it just did the show. It was just the show.
It's mine too. Reconsider that. No, because all that fun stuff's so good.
I know we've been talking over it, but isn't this a really good episode?
Yeah, it's a really good episode.
It's really good. Yeah. Well, it just upped the anticipation. Yes, Manos. We're talking about the woman that falls into the reactor in the back here.
Oh no.
Oh no!
Oh no!
They stole the lobster.
Sure. See, the cat's a metaphor for Catwoman.
Oh, I see. And it came back the very next day. We thought it was a gunner.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Cat came back.
Yeah. Yeah, really good foreshadowing.
Is the next episode called The Cat Comes Back?
No, I don't think so. But really good foreshadowing, Eric, that earlier in the episode they had Catwoman steal that lobster. That was a real good. Yeah. It's an excellent choice.
And when she just goes, "Well, I came from a broken home."
Right. That part too. Yeah. And everybody that's not her henchmen are constantly saying "shoo" to her. I wasn't sure why that was until just now. It's just it all comes together. It's brilliant.
Yeah.
I've never been able to confirm this, and maybe somebody knows this for sure, but Alfred in this, of course, television! Alfred in this is played by an actor named Alan Napier, and I always wondered if that's where they got Jack Napier from. I'm not sure. I don't know if we've had this discussion.
I mean, we have.
Maybe we have. I forget. Yeah, well, Eric and I live together, and we've had lots of conversations.
And we've been watching quite a bit of 60s Batman lately.
We sure have.
The movies.
Eric is never going to want to watch the show again after these last few days, because admittedly, it is too much concentrated at once. No one was ever. This is unnatural. No one was ever meant to watch this much of this show. I love this show all at once, most certainly. Okay, so folks, we are going to take a little break. This is going to be our intermission. Lobby. Even though Eric has already had to run off a couple of times, we are going to go ahead and run off. We're not going to turn the stream off. We'll leave it up. But we're going to take about 5 minutes, and we will come back, and then we will talk to you folks before we get back to the episodes about what our not next marathon, but the one after that should be. And we're going to let you guys throw stuff out. Please don't do that until we get back, and we'll start reading them. And Eric and I, based on the choices, will choose what our next marathon is going to be.
Do I want the Batman Beyond What's Finest thing here, or when we come back?
We'll do that when we come back as well. Just remind me about it. And anyway, so folks, nobody leave, nobody panic. We'll be back in 5 minutes. And thanks for being here, folks. We're having an excellent time, and we'll be right back. The next episode, if you'd like to rig it up, is going to be from season 2. It's the Clock King 2-parter.
Shocker.
And but to be honest with you, I'm mostly just doing this because Eric mentioned it as a thing you kind of wanted to see.
Well, it's funny because there was a couple ones I named off, and I didn't say Clock King. I said, didn't you say it was really good about modern art? And you were like, that's the Clock King episode.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. But yes, I have something of a penchant for Clock King, as a lot of people know, even though I don't know a lot about different incarnations. But I just love Clock King. I can't even explain it.
And we looked it up once. You could become a Clock King collector. His first appearance goes for like $6.
Yeah, it would be very easy to do that, and it doesn't seem that challenging to me. Yeah, but yes, I have a reputation anyway. So we'll come back and do Clock King here for you in just a little bit. Once again, everybody stick around. This is the intermission. Wish we had like a thing that's like intermission. The Offspring song, like intermission. Anyway, we'll be back in 5 minutes.
You are listening to Americana.
Americana. I always forget which album that is.
I don't, because it says Americana. I'm really sorry, man.
Oh, you're fine, dude. Hold on. We have returned!
We're back.
Almost knocked over a light and killed myself, but we're back! Alright. Oh, and it looks like almost no one's left. Or maybe no one's left.
No one's left?
No one's left, so that's exciting. Okay,
gone.
so we are back. I mean, no one has left.
Oh!
No, people are still here, but no one has
I thought
left.
I just abandoned us.
No one has left. So, right now, to take... Yes, we turned on the audio. We would like to take requests for one of our upcoming commentaries, commentary marathon. Yeah. So as I mentioned earlier, we had already passed one of our next threshold after the one that got us this marathon. So we're going to be letting Patreon choose that marathon. We don't know what that's going to be yet. We're going to be doing a poll here in the next couple days for Patreon, but we're going to let you folks, regardless of whether or not you're patrons, help us choose tonight what the next one's going to be, because we've already passed the threshold for $350 for $350.
And if we hit 400, Cap and I will do a reading of Shakespeare.
We will. We'll do a video in the not too distant future.
We pass 400 tonight.
Tonight, but it has to be tonight.
It has to be tonight.
And we're not going to do Shakespeare tonight, but we will give you that in the not too distant future, but only if it happens this evening. You've still got some time. Someone earlier asked how long the stream is going to last. We've lost some time, so we're definitely not going to be able to add that 3-parter at the end. There's no way we have time for that now, but we will go ahead and go through the rest of what's on our list. So we'll do the Clock King episode, and then we'll do a couple episodes from season 3, and then that will be it for us this evening. So we're going to go ahead and get into that here in just a few minutes.
4 more episodes?
4 more episodes, yeah. And if it's real late at that point and we need to call it quits, we can go through the Batgirl episode and quit there. But I'd like to watch at least the Joker episode too, because otherwise we won't get any Joker tonight.
Yeah,
that'd be lame. That'd be unfortunate. So let's go ahead and see what folks are saying. Go ahead and start telling us what you would like to see us do. And we're not going to take a poll or anything. Eric and I are just going to decide together which of your suggestions tonight we like the most. I hope people don't mind that method. I just think that's probably the easiest thing. We want to make sure it's easiest when we have a little bit of input, and that's why we're going to do a poll. And I'm going to take the best answers for the second marathon on Patreon, because we have to make sure that it's a thing that we can get our hands on. It needs to be something that we know well enough to talk about.
Yeah,
even if we don't know it really well.
I don't know these, or Cap doesn't know these, like Danny Phantom.
And I mean, Eric doesn't
have anything to say.
No, not
I
really.
like Avatar.
At least one of us needs to know it really well. David Crabtree says Transformers Prime. That's not a horrible choice.
No, especially because it opens with a 5-parter.
Lowe says Xena. I don't hate that idea.
Which I've never seen.
And you've never seen Xena, so maybe we wouldn't want to do another thing you don't know at all. Super Mario Super Show. Dan. Hi, Dan. Thanks for being here, buddy. I feel like we would get tired of that really, really fast.
We could do those. Well, I don't think you have any of those. But I was going to say we could do like Super Mario Super Show.
You can get Mario World for like $6 on Amazon.
Link, the Legend of Zelda, the Captain N.
Yeah, I don't have the others though.
That doesn't sound fun. That's what I was saying.
Yeah, Duke still says Bible Man.
I'm totally.
That's hilarious. Nobody else would have access to it though.
Twilight Zone could be cool.
Rather Until He says the 50 Superman show, Adventures of Superman. I have that. I don't know that show at all. Doesn't know it either. Nathan Snyder says Spectacular Spider-Man. I want to save that because Dan and I have plans for that show. Dr. Holocron says the Batman. That's not the worst idea, but I don't know if I want to do Batman back to back. Yeah, well, it won't be quite back to back.
Someone else suggested Brave and the Bold, which would be a similar thing.
Yeah, and that's not a bad idea either. But that's close enough to this. I don't know if I want to do it so shortly after.
I like Twilight.
Twilight Zone's an interesting choice. I'm going to show how much I don't know that show, but we can experience it certainly.
If we do Twilight Zone, we got to do the Monster Jam Mabel.
Animated X-Men's not a bad idea.
It's not a bad idea either.
That's not a bad idea. Linda Carter, Wonder Woman, I just don't know well enough.
Neither do I. And again, very similar to this show.
Yeah, Dan says Planet of the Apes sequels for the original series. I don't hate that idea.
I just don't know how many we'd get done in the marathon.
It'd be like maybe 2. Yeah, that's where
we'd get beneath.
Wow, people are just throwing out everything they can think of here. Superman animated's good. Power Rangers is good. Firefly's not a bad idea.
Yeah, we do a lot of Power Rangers.
We do a lot of things.
You know,
with Power
it might
Rangers.
be fun to do.
You know, I like Power Rangers as an idea. I mean,
fun to do.
That's predictable. We do a lot of Power Rangers.
It might be fun to do one of the series you don't know, like we did like Lost Galaxy, which is my favorite. Or
what do you think of
Lightspeed?
Or what do you think of Potpourri?
Just from different Power Rangers.
Yeah,
that could work.
Just throw in some smatterings. Yeah.
If we did that, I'd like to do the I think it's a 2-parter pilot for RPM.
We could do what we're doing here, where we could just we could each pick a few.
Yeah,
I don't hate that idea. I'm a little afraid that we might disappoint some people with that because it's such an obvious choice for us. The comic book movie serials.
I would.
We have Superman.
Oh, and you've got Batman, and I need to buy that Batman set that's got the shadow on it. But those are kind of boring when you watch.
Manos, I like the Ninja Turtle series a lot. I don't know it real well. That's an interesting choice.
Which one?
The new one.
Oh, the 03 one might not be a bad choice.
Yeah. Lo says, I just want to watch Dino Thunder. I love Dino Thunder. I'm not saying the whole thing has to be Dino Thunder. I kind of really like the idea of multiple Power Ranger shows.
Yeah,
that's kind of a cool idea. But also picking one and binging as much as we can stomach wouldn't be horrible either. And it doesn't have to all be Mighty Morphin. I'm cool jumping around, doing one of the later things. And I've really opened up to that as my son's been watching through them, and I've been catching things here and there. SPD is what I've seen of it is wonderful. I really like what I've seen of Time Force. I haven't seen any Lightspeed Rescue. I know that's one of your favorites. I haven't gotten around to that. I really
definitely
like Space a lot, and I'm very interested in RPM.
RPM's really good. No, I would love to do the first 2-parter for RPM if we did a Power Rangers Potpourri.
Yeah.
How do people feel about Power Rangers?
Well, let's go ahead and ask you folks. What do you guys think of Power Rangers? If that disappoints a lot of people, because I really appreciate these folks getting us over that hurdle tonight. I did not remotely expect that. But if we get a lot of boos on it, we might revisit it. And not that this is exactly a democracy or anything, but I would like to.
I'm down with Twilight Zone. I'm down with Bible Man.
Twilight, yeah, and Bible Man's a fun idea.
And we've got a couple now because
the only thing about Bible Man is I would almost prefer to do that as a pre-recorded thing because I can get away with using the footage and people can see what we're talking about. So I almost don't want to do that in this format unless we could live stream it too. And sometimes our connection's not great, and we'll end up with technical difficulties. So we want to do more of those. I think that should be its own thing. I don't know that we should do it this way.
It's crazy to think how long ago that first one was.
I am. We are not getting too many complaints about the Power Ranger idea. Just one or two people. Folks seem to like that idea, and throwing out specific series. So why don't we nail that coffin down?
Sure. We'll do Power Rangers. We'll each pick a couple episodes,
and we'll do some kind of potpourri thing. Yeah. Is being 20-minute episodes, and we do at least 3 hours on these streams, so we can do quite a bit. I mean, we can do 12, 14 episodes.
Yeah, because even a 2-parter would be
like this,
the length of one of these.
Well, and actually less, because these are 25 minutes. Okay. I mean, there were fewer commercials back then, so in their initial broadcast length, they're longer. And I had forgotten that. I thought we could do more tonight, but they're 25 instead of 20, or even 22. So. Yeah. But guys, let's keep Twilight Zone in the back of our minds and do that down the road too. I'm uncomfortable with that because I don't know it very well. I
mean, I'm not,
but I'm sure that would be so much fun to do. And I love that show. I'm just not an expert.
Everyone should be watching The Monster Duo on Maple Street. It's really important right now, guys.
All right. So season 2. Oh, there was another thing we were supposed to talk about.
We were supposed to talk about the world's finest Batman Beyond Dilemma.
Thank you. Okay, so we'd like your input on this, folks, as well. If you're watching the stream after the fact, just skip all of this. I'm sorry. This is boring. We're doing a little bit of logistics right now. So we're doing some office clerical stuff. So we would like your input, folks. Eric and I have had an amusing argument about what constitutes movies. I had planned on it. I've done a commentary on this. So we don't have to have this. But in Batmania, we're doing all the things that have Batman in the title that are considered or called a movie, right? And Batman, Superman, World's Finest is on the list right now because even though it was aired as 3 episodes, it says movie on a box. And a lot of us watched it that way and didn't even realize that it was aired initially as a 3-part thing. And it seemed like just another Mask of the Phantasm or something. But Eric brings up that they also put out the pilot, the first 3 episodes of Batman Beyond, as a movie and called it The Movie. And I didn't remember it coming out that way. I don't own it like that. That's a thing. Do you have it that way? Because we would have
I don't
to.
know we have that working.
Okay, no big deal. We would have to actually.
It has like 5. It has
way.
5 bonus episodes, which are just the next 5 episodes.
Of course it does. Yeah, that's the thing, is it even knows this is not a movie. So the question is, do you folks think we ought to axe both because they're not really movies, or do both? I don't even think we should do one or the other. I think if we axe one, we should axe them both.
Okay. I think that's totally fair.
I think
that was my entire argument, was if we do this, we should also
probably do this. Well, obviously, Return of the Joker counts.
Yeah, no, because that was a movie.
And it was put out as a movie.
Yeah,
was not separate.
The thing
episodes.
is, these were 3-part episodes of TV shows that were put
well,
on.
We'd like you folks to weigh in on this argument, because we can't decide exactly what to do with it, and I'm leaning toward just doing them both.
Yeah, because that pilot for Beyond's really good.
It's really good, and we yeah. So I mean
this is Batman.
And also, it gives us more decent material, because right after that, we're going to get into kind of a slog with some of the DC direct-to-video movies.
You know, it's real dumb for us to ask them, because they just want comment.
Well, yeah.
They just don't want more content.
Yeah,
and all they care about.
Also they're gonna be like, well, yes. If you ask us, should you watch Batman Beyond? We're gonna say, yeah. It's like if someone asks you if you're a god, you say, yeah. There's not one person in this stream, not one. But and Curious Love, just to make your lives harder, both. Thank you. Dan says, do it. Okay, so both and stuff, says Duke. Mano says, it's not that serious. Just do it. So thanks for that, Manos. Thanks for making me feel stupid for even having this argument at all. Okay, so now that I'm really self-conscious because we even brought that up, we'll be just kidding. We'll be doing both of them. Thanks so much. Now, disc 2 of season 2, friends and neighbors, and get to the 11th episode of this season. It's the Clock King's Crazy Crimes. We're going to get a little bit of Andy Warhol satire going here. Disc 2.
Do you like Andy Warhol?
Opinion. Really. I haven't spent enough time with it, and I'm not an art critic.
He seems like the beginning of all of the things I hate about art. I'm not an informed opinion, but from what I understand,
I see his side to things, but I feel like I need him to give me a pamphlet before I get what he's doing. Sure. You know, one thing I do really respect about him, and this comes up a little bit in this episode, even with the Batman branding idea, is even if you believe in intellectual property, when you have things that come up in everybody's everyday lives that they can't get away from, that is now part of your life. How like can we not integrate that? What's that?
I see you mean like Batman?
Like Batman. How do you not? Yeah, and of course, Andy Warhol famously made a Batman movie, not having the license to it because he didn't believe in intellectual property rights and thought that if it's part of life and part of culture, everything should be allowed to build on other things. And so that's why famously he would do paintings of like Coke cans and things like that.
The Campbell soup can, I think.
And yeah, that was a big thing. I feel like he did something with Coke also, but I may be mistaken. But yeah, the Campbell soup cans, the most famous, one of the most famous things. And I see that argument, and I have some respect for that.
Well, and I'm
a
guy that's big on the limitations on copyright holdings. I think by this point, Batman should be in the public domain and things like that. So,
Mr. Crabtree says that by reviewing TV shows and movies, I am an art critic, but I mean, still art. Like I'm not a painting
art.
Right? Yeah, that kind of thing.
There's no good way to say art. Like you can say theater. Like it's
there's not enough. We need a pretentious way to say that.
Yeah.
I mean, if you have a different accent, immediately you. But if you just said it, it still would sound the same way. So it's just a matter of how long it takes you to say it. If you hold it out, I guess.
Pirate art's easy because it's art. That was a bad joke.
I thought it was hilarious. I stopped everything to laugh at that. I'll give you a good Riddler laugh for that. Okay, so we're going to go ahead now and get into the Clock King episode. First Clock King episode, make sure to get it past the menu and to timestamp 0 if you're going to watch it along with us with your DVD or your Blu-ray. And, I'm just I'm just so stoked and happy that we have this stuff now. I mean, it's been a couple of years, but it's still such a big deal to me that this is even possible. Oh boy, it's great. Okay, so let's go ahead and get into it, folks. It's the Clock King's Crazy Crimes, and this is going to look a little bit different from what you've seen so far because this is well into the series now. We're almost smack dab in the middle. So here we go. Wide, because I mean, this is just this 2 of season 2, but we're much farther in. Everybody, please press play. Right? Oh, Dan's right. Just use the words avant-garde to be a pretentious art person.
Yes, avant-garde.
Yeah, he's right. Dan, thanks for being here. How much of the Geekvolution crew is here right now? It's about half, isn't it?
Yeah, it seems like at least 3.
Yeah. Or has been here. I don't know if Lo's still with us.
Well, and had weighed in on the...
Oh, and Duke's here? I mean,
Duke's here,
yeah.
And Connor's here.
And Connor's here? Right, yeah.
So you've
so excited. We got clocking.
Well, you've said, and not just you, but many people have said that one of the problems with this show, you got stale for people.
Yes.
What do you think they could have done to avert that?
Well, it's interesting how they tried. You know, as soon as they tried to get away from the formula, and they started, we'll see in season 2, season 3, they start at the ends of episodes setting up the next episode, and stuff like that. Allowing it to get more arcy would have been really smart, but I don't know if at that period you would have thought to do that. So that's a question. I think more doing like three and maybe even 4-parters like we did with Zodiac Crimes would have been really smart, or maybe just allow it to get more sophisticated with the times. So take this silly, goofy, absurd show and don't completely lose that, but allow for a little bit more character dimension, and allow it to get a little bit more serious.
Maybe something a little bit closer to Return of the Cape Crusaders. And
I would say even closer to, and obviously these are new things that you couldn't have compared them to, but I would say even closer to the latest issue, the 5th issue of Batman 66, Wonder Woman 77, where we see a 70s version of this world that has gotten more cynical and more run down, and Batman has left, and Dick Grayson has become Nightwing. And I'm not saying they would have done all that in this show, but something closer to that tone to get a little bit more gritty. And I know some folks will think, well, that's impossible. You couldn't do that and make it believable. I disagree. I think that totally could have worked. I think, and also adding Batgirl was a big part of their trying to shake it up and freshen it up a little bit. It has to do with clocks. Folks, if you just jumped in, we're watching the first Clock King episode. We're about 2 minutes and 24 seconds in.
Is this his first appearance?
Yes. They do this with most of them.
Okay.
Oh, hi, Lo. Lo's still here.
Yeah, I told you she was. So that is just a cape cover, yes?
Yes. And Mano says the 60s was way before the TV shows were doing arcs. Yeah, yes, definitely. But the fact that we did like a 3-parter in this, I could have seen the leap of let's do something closer to a half-season arc, something like that. Well, like maybe there's things that are kind of standalone, but it just kind of keeps going. I could have seen a season 4 go in that direction.
Oh, they're just playing 1-level chess now. They're just relaxing right now.
That's really funny. Hey, Alfred, could you say that any louder? The bat phone.
No, the other phone.
We don't know where Aunt Harriet is right now. Why would you say that out loud? The other phone. No, your phone.
Aha.
Actually, this episode does count as part of my Clock King collection. Sure.
And now this video also counts as part of the Clock King
That's
collection.
right. The Clock King collection. See, it just doesn't sound right without the da-da-da-da. You gotta have it. I'm sorry, what?
Did they make a figure for Clock King for the animated series line that they've been doing?
Yes, I believe they did. Well, I forget. I have to go back and look.
Because some of those...
Now that you say that, yeah, they're gorgeous. That would be the one I would buy. If
I've never really cared so much about the Ra's al Ghul in that show, but I love that figure, and I kind of want it.
The Man Bat is gorgeous.
Yeah,
that's really cool, and their vehicles are really awesome.
And I think they did the Scarecrow from New Adventures, which
yes.
is one of my.
They did a whole line
designs.
of New Adventures. There was one like short line that was just New Adventures.
I'd really like to get that Scarecrow. I love that Scarecrow.
Yeah, it's really cool.
Jeffrey Combs Scarecrow.
Well, Red Letter Antilles, the way you collect Clock King is how you collect anything else. You just buy all the stuff that has Clock King on it. Not that there's a lot, but I collect Lord Zed. I can collect Clock King. I think Lord Zed and Clock King are about on par with as much stuff. These days, probably more Lord Zed than Clock King.
Written by Bill Finger.
Yes, I forgot about that. And I talk about that in the rewind. I forgot.
And Charles Sinclair, but Bill Finger.
Yeah. Isn't that cool?
Yeah, it's super cool. We still got to watch that documentary.
Yeah, it's neat that, I mean, he makes it the show.
Yeah.
Yes, we do need to watch that and talk about it. You know what else we need to watch that we keep getting requests for? We need to watch that editor's cut for Spider-Man 3.
Yes.
We got to do that.
Which might be good for a blind commentary.
Billy says, no, there's not a Clock King figure from that line. What a shame.
Oh, that's a bummer.
I hope they do that. Johnny Five says he loves the Catwoman figure and the Joker figure from that show. Those look really good, too. And I do have the Clock King from Justice League Unlimited, yeah.
I like the Clock King that shows up in Teen Titans somewhere in the 2000s. He's got a goatee and he's got the clock thing on his glasses.
Okay, so have I told you? Yes, I like that too. Have I told you about this? Have I told you who the lead henchman in this is?
Yes.
Okay, he's guy.
He's the president.
That's the president from Captain Invisible.
Yeah, and you can totally tell. He didn't age a day.
Well, this is 67, 68, and this would come out in 67. And that movie comes out in the mid-'80s.
Yeah. But he looks basically the same.
Yeah.
He's your president.
Stop choking me! I'm your president! Millie, go back to your dusting.
Back to your dusting.
There rubbing his forehead because his work is so hard. Did you see that? He's just writing on a. He was just right. Oh my god! It's just so much work.
Oh, he's got a crime table. I'm thinking about introducing one of those at work. A crime
table. Yeah. That's great.
Their Clock King design, because I've seen what he looks like in costume before.
Yeah.
It's very similar to their Mad Hatter design.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like that Mad Hatter, which makes me not like this.
Oh, really? Oh, I love that Mad Hatter.
I mean, I don't know about him in the show, but like I don't like that design.
He has these goofy added-on eyebrows. And I love his delivery. But what about it's that mouth. What about Robin? He kind of looks like an owl guy.
Yeah, he does look like an owl guy. He could have been the owl.
He could have been.
But yeah, I don't know. There's a whole thing with the Mad Hatter where like he's introduced as you know him, and then he gets redesigned to be like a decade before what the version they'll do here is, and then later they will just be like that was a fake Mad Hatter. That's not the real Mad Hatter, and then we just never go back to that version. I don't like the tubby Mad Hatter.
Oh, okay, that's fair. I just like the hat. I just like that the hat pops out and it's got the cat eyes and yeah, it's great.
But because
I guess you've probably never seen that either.
Nope.
But
because this Clock King looks like that Mad Hatter, I don't like this Clock King's design just offhand because he looks like that Mad Hatter design. I don't like.
Okay.
Only in action.
It starts to make sense because of all the stuff they're doing, like Andy Warhol and stuff. But yeah. I really like the Mad Hatter episode where Batman's cowl goes pink. It's so weird.
You got to figure it out.
I love it. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Mr.
Kronos,
Kronos.
of course.
Yeah. It's not Temple Fugit. It's Cronin. There's a lot of different Clock Kings. Or they're just like 3. I forget how many names he has. And as I'm sure everybody knows by now, but Clock King was originally a Green Arrow villain, which is why he gets put into the Arrow TV show. I love that version. It was not, unfortunately, probably because I made a petition about it. It was because he's a Green Arrow villain.
I signed that petition,
and they need to make that. Yeah,
I like to think I made change happen.
It's still there, but it happened already. We should make a new petition to get him to come back though, because he's awesome, and they don't use him. He's only been in 2 episodes. He's awesome. I mean, he's probably one of their. I mean, he's definitely one of their best villains. Into the art satire stuff.
It's the test of time.
And there's a lot of jokes about
never invented.
Just totally arbitrary, random stuff thrown on a canvas, considered art. Some of the stuff is hysterical. Look at the blue moose head.
Something's happening.
Oh, am I wrong about this?
What?
Well, Red Letter Antilles claims that Clock King is not originally a Green Arrow villain, and they showed up in some Robin story where he's called the Clock. But is it the same character if that's the case?
Yeah, my understanding is that he shows up in, I think it's like All-Star Comics or something, and it's a Green Arrow story.
Yeah, that's what I've read. Progress Pigment. I love that his name is Progress. That's hysterical. That painting has got to be somewhere, and I'm sure it's worth a fortune.
Which one?
The Batman and Robin dropping with the. It's a parody. It's a parody of the clocks, and Time Out of Joint is the second Clock King episode in animated series. Yeah, you know the famous painting with the clocks in the desert.
Yeah,
all warped.
Yeah,
it's a parody of that. Again, I'm not an art guy. Nathan Snyder says Clock King would be great against Barry Allen since Barry's always late. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff we could have done with that with Flash too that we just haven't done. I like Time Out of Joint. I felt like we went a little bit too far in actually stopping time.
Yeah,
I wasn't sure about that. It's fun. I like the way it's handled. I like the Morse code stuff, but
does he come back in Justice League? He comes back in Justice League, right?
Who?
Clock King?
Clock King? I
thought he part of Task Force
one time. Yeah, but he's just kind of a bit part. I think. I haven't seen that in a really long time.
Dunbar Drive?
Oh, yes. This whole thing is really funny. They're going to sit down and they're going to order bat burgers.
Are they going to jokerize those burgers?
Or is that not this episode? I'm honestly not sure. I might be wrong. I'm trying to remember if it's this or if there's actually like a Batman-themed restaurant. I know there's a place where they order bat burgers. My hometown is in the Midwest. Well, my hometown is in the South, but...
That 30-year-old man.
Yeah, it is this one. Look at that. I'd like to have that too. So many props from this show that I wish that I wish would go on sale. I wonder how much of this is still around because this is not a show that I've really heard about, like auctions and things. I'm sorry.
Batman eats burgers the same way I do, medium rare. It's got good taste.
I just like look. He got drive-through.
Yeah,
he did. He got drive-through. Time Out of Joint. No, Mr. Freeze is not in this episode.
What?
The second Mr. Freeze constantly says "wild" just over and over again. Wild. That's a 60s Batman joke.
costumes aren't really that unusual compared to everything else.
It's unusual because it has a motor in it, and it's got an eye that lights up.
Sure.
Batman already knows what it does. He invented it. That was fast. It didn't even need to develop.
No.
Did you see the Bat Super Rocket?
I did not.
I love it when we draw on pictures.
Yeah.
To show you what people
and
look
we do this,
like.
in
Some serious things.
Yeah, kind of serious things. We do it in Matt's Phantasm. We do it in Superman the movie. No, Superman 2.
Yes, William Tachman. That's the third one.
Is the third one?
Yeah. Clock King.
Yeah.
So
Tachman is who Lemire used.
Yeah, and then that's what Arrow uses.
Yeah.
I would love to. Yeah, Tachman seems to be just the sand of what we do now.
It's just a good name.
I would love to know. Yeah, and seems more likely than Tempest Fugit. Just seems more like, last name. I'd love to know how many people are actually watching this along with us.
It seemed like quite a few.
Yeah. I always have this for these marathons. This is a show that it seems like a lot of people went ahead and bought.
Yeah. I think
it's done really well on DVD. Yeah, and like with so many things with you and I, if we own it, we don't buy it until you inevitably move out. So the first Clock King was Tachman. Lo, thanks for being here. We'll see you later.
Oh, is Lo leaving?
Uh-huh.
Bye, Lo.
Yeah, Johnny Five, sorry you can't watch any of the rest of these with us because you only had the first season. See, he really just does have this giant clock obsession.
I love clocks.
He loves clocks. I don't know why. And it's not really that... I forget if this Clock King is, like, obsessed with punctuality and stuff. Yes, he is. Okay. It's foolproof. Except... he has the best entrance lines.
Do you think there's any significance to the times on the Goons?
Oh yeah, good question. I don't know.
I wish
I love when they shake hands. Always love that.
I wish that's what he called them. Like 2:30.
Yeah.
5:15.
Yeah, that would be way better. You're absolutely right. Because they all have a different time. And so you notice now that we're into season 2, we do block the screen with the sound effects words.
Getting punches and stuff.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, no, it's not really blocking anything. Yeah, it's really more to just mass cuts.
Mm-hmm.
I liked Clock King's reaction there when that other guy got hit. That was pretty good. Time Out of Joint has a saxophone on it and a fishnet. Just all the random, everything but the kitchen sink is on that thing. Oh, he dropped the watch. It might be a clue.
Ha! Gotcha. Counterattack activator.
I just named that just now. Well, maybe it just has multiple functions, That could be the name of the function it does. I mean, it's a little long-winded, It doesn't exactly roll off the tongue, the dynamic duo caught in the coils of time. But if you named it that in the first place, nobody would know what it meant because the dynamic duo is not there.
And they're not caught in any coils.
But that could be, some kind of like artsy-fartsy, choice, right? Where it's like a premeditated name. It's a criminal,
like party favors, right?
Artistic,
like
yes.
Stuff that you put around at parties.
Yeah. But Adam West was very convincing in how difficult he made it look to pull that off. It's It's not as bad as the Human Knot. Are you aware of the Human Knot?
No.
Infamous in season 3. Batman and Robin and Batgirl, and this is when you could tell we were running out of money. Get caught in a human knot where there's not physically anything attached to them. They're just tied up with each other, and if they move, they will break their limbs and die. Fantastic. I don't remember which episode that is. I'm sure someone will tell me.
One day Batman's just going to be like, yeah, when are you going to grow up?
I love how intense Batman is no matter what he's talking about.
Remember that time with the Riddler where you got all of the answers wrong?
I think Adam West has this strategy where he goes to this really super intense place whenever he thinks that the dialogue might be boring. I mean, it makes sense when you're doing detective work and stuff, but but he's saying a lot of technical jargon, and yeah, it's funny and absurd, but he makes it better because it's just really expository. So he goes, you're like, nobody else on the planet sucked me in with aluminum oxide. It's fantastic. I wish I could get away with talking like that all the time. Sometimes I consider doing it, and then I just figure I'll get punched in the face.
So I have a theory about
somebody pop out of a window in this one? I don't remember.
I don't think they're actually climbing up anything. I think maybe they've used some kind of trick photography to make me think, because they're not straight.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I can't remember his name right now. I feel stupid. That's a major jazz musician.
Yeah. But yeah, I don't think they're really climbing up the side things. I think they're doing something there.
You might be onto something there.
It's a movie magic glove.
We should try to recreate that at some point. Take a few tries, to get it right. Get exactly the method.
Yeah, yeah.
That was Sammy Davis Jr. That's who that is.
Yes,
I knew that.
Of course.
The name wasn't immediately coming to me. I knew that.
Ah. Only that section of the floor. Oh, it's like the goons didn't slip on that super slick watch oil.
I don't think it matters that it's watch oil. I think it could be really any sort of oil, but you got to keep with your motif.
Yeah.
It's very important.
I'm surprised we didn't cliffhanger there. Or maybe we'll set him up in the death trap.
Yeah, Sammy Davis Jr. I've only seen like physically in a couple of shows.
Thank you, Robin.
Yeah, it's funny because he doesn't say that all the time. He doesn't always come right out and tell you exactly what the death trap is. It's boiling acid! Obviously, that's sand.
It's obviously... I got another work on.
Yeah, man, what do we do? Okay, we got to pause it again, folks.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. 23:34. Eric is still getting hounded by work.
Oh,
sorry, folks. Sometimes this is what happens when you're recording live. Anything can happen at any time.
That was a quick one.
Oh, good. He's coming back.
Hello? No, I almost knocked.
You should call them back at some point, just on principle. You should call them back. No, I just want to interrupt you. Okay, so
sorry about that, folks.
Oh no,
that will be the last time.
We all completely understand if it's not. We will hold you to that, but we totally no, I'm kidding. All right, let's go ahead and get back into it, folks. So once again, 23:34. I'll give everybody a second or two to make sure that you're at the correct timestamp. This is my waiting phase. Okay, here we go. Everybody, please press play. right now. I love that happened 1 minute and 42 seconds before we're at the end of this. Well, why didn't you say crime table again? I mean, crime table was awesome. Why would you say timetable of crime? Did you have to? Was that spelling it out for us? Oh, that's what you meant by crime table. Okay. Time is going to kill you. I'm not in love with this actor in this role. He does a good job.
Yeah, I'm gonna say something that might be controversial. I think I like the movie Catwoman better than the show Catwoman.
What?
I think so. That might just be because I'm used to her, but
the movie Catwoman. Oh, you're talking about Julie. You're talking about Merriweather versus
yeah,
Newmar.
I think I might like Merriweather more.
Well, you should watch it more without me yapping at you while we're watching it. But
all right.
Yeah, wrong.
Okay.
But no, I mean I like Merriweather a lot.
I mean, I maybe it's just I'm super familiar with her, but I think I like her better.
Yeah, she's not as menacing though. I'm sorry. Like Newmar has this like really intense, scary thing that she just didn't have. And to do that, I mean, she has a slight variation on it.
Well, she's more chameleon-y.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, she's deceptive. Man, maybe some of it is just the take on it. Like I just prefer the Newmar take. But anyway, so we are at about 10 o'clock, just about a little after 10, and we're gonna
television,
and we're gonna jump in right straight away to the Clock King gets crowned. So make sure and set that up and get it to timestamp 0. Pause before you begin, and we'll give it a second. Jason Ritter says 66 Batman should take on the Court of the Owls in the comics. I would love to see the 60s
that would be amazing.
That's a great idea. That would be so much fun.
I also like to see 66 Batman take on Anarchy.
Sure. Okay, let's see. Batman 66 should do Kite Man. See, I don't know about taking like the really goofy villains that were already around.
Yeah, we don't need crazy quills.
Because it's just, that's easy. You just make it what they were in the first place. You know, Calculator. Okay.
I still have to read that issue of the new issue of Batman with the jokes and riddles. Have you got that yet?
No, as I said, my stuff's all at the store right now.
If you got that one or not.
Yeah. Okay, here we go. So everybody, make sure you have the second part of the Clock King episode rigged up and get ready to press play when I say now. Here we go. Everybody, please press play right now. It said Batman.
It says in color too.
Yeah, it does.
That part, that kind of.
No, I knew it was because I shouldn't say it.
I don't know if I can believe you about that.
We did see that. We saw that too, Eric.
Yeah.
These are real accurate.
Yeah. But sometimes they're not.
Really? Yeah. Or just the way he talks about them. Yeah. But we never see anything we did not see.
Well, that's
we don't see like alternate takes or anything. I don't think that ever happens. I don't believe so. But no. Bat burgers.
Hey, you're the narrator. Your job is to tell me what happened. I don't need your input.
Yeah.
You should tell me how absurd something is.
Yeah, you're being real subjective there. He's not a very good journalist, that guy.
No.
He should just be reporting. He's not a color commentator. What's he doing? That's our job. He's doing our job. We should be saying, Bat burger. Yeah. Johnny Five says he thinks Merriweather is prettier than Newmar. I mean, that's just a taste thing. I mean, I guess the performance you prefer is too, but like I don't know that I think one of those actresses looks better or is prettier in the costume. I think it's just a performance and a writing thing for me, and I don't like her all throughout. And she loses a lot of that a lot of that kind of sadism I liked in that first episode. Once she's too into Batman, I don't like her as well.
See, and that's the problem with Catwoman.
Yeah, I mean, it even messes her up in this show. But the thing is, Meriwether's not tainted by that because she only plays the part once. So
Yep.
you don't have that, and neither is Eartha Kitt because she and Batman don't have that as much, and she's only there a couple times.
But Eartha Kitt can't be anyone's favorite because she was in Catwoman the movie.
No, she wasn't.
She is in the Catwoman movie.
Where?
She's the crazy old cat lady who tells her the legend of the cats.
No, she's not.
Is she not?
No, that's not Eartha Kitt.
I was pretty sure.
No, that's not who that is.
Well,
she has a yeah that the crazy cat lady's not even of the same ethnicity as Eartha Kitt.
Okay.
Yeah, it's an entirely
I've
different
seen
actress.
that movie once, and I remember somebody telling me that Eartha Kitt was.
No, what you might be remembering is that she narrates the featurette about Catwoman's history on the DVD, but she's not actually in the film. Yeah, it's quite good. She's a little creepy, honestly, but yeah, it's pretty good. I don't know. She's just doing all this like really sultry stuff in her 80s, and it's kind of creepy. But it's Eartha Kitt. That's what she did. What are we gonna do?
The sand doesn't suffocate its lack of air will, but won't the sand make the lack of air? Am I thinking about that too much? That's not either or thing.
For this show, that's almost always the case. That you're probably overthinking it a little bit. Now, this is the obvious way to get out of this trap.
Yeah,
right?
it is.
Oh, that was a biography episode? That's what that was? Okay, so they just took a thing that got put on TV and put it on the disc. That's what that was.
That's why it was good.
That's why it was good. Sometimes those things are good.
Yeah,
they have been.
Not usually for
but for Marvel
really
stuff.
Bad things.
With Marvel, it's not intended.
Squirrels are in cages.
And I mean, I don't know. Maybe Batman has a bat squirrel cage we don't know about.
And rats and mice, squirrels.
So
I don't know about that, Batman.
Apparently now it's shattered, even though we didn't see it shatter.
We didn't have the budget for that.
Yeah, because it wasn't glass. I mean, that would be hard to do because it's clearly plastic. Favorite death trap. I have to go back and look at them again because they kind of start to run together. I always like the one in that Catwoman episode a lot, just because I have a lot of memories of that from when I was a kid. But as far as like Never and stuff, it's funny. I have notes on that somewhere. I actually ranked them at one point, but I don't believe that made it into the rewind. I can't remember. If it's on the machine here, I can tell you what Captain Logan from 2 years ago thought about them. Oh, it's just Batman's butler. You wouldn't believe this guy. No need to apologize at all. Discredit them. Really, it's okay.
Is it possible? Because whenever a supervillain shows up, they're like, maybe we can do this crime. Oh, it's Catwoman. Never mind. Let's call Batman. Is it possible Gotham City has no normal crime, and they don't deal with anything that's not normal crime? Like maybe they'd be great at dealing with Al Capone, but
now you'd think that. But there's an episode where Bruce and Dick go on vacation and they're gone for like 6 hours and all hell breaks loose. And they can't do anything. And it's hysterical. No, they take that to its absolute extreme. It's fantastic. And there's stuff where like there's like a function or there's like a concert or something, and they send guards, and Batman and Robin end up having to guard people because their guards suck. Like, no, they can't do anything. I just love him every time he talks. We're talking about the president from Return of Captain Invincible.
You all know the president from Return of Captain Invincible.
We reference that way too much. Nobody knows it. I'm trying to get the whole world to watch that movie because it's just the best thing.
It's really good. Have you done commentary for that?
No. No, we'll do that at some point. I don't know who's going to watch it, but...
Oh, man.
Oh, she's talking to a camera. Oh, it's Batman's butler!
I can't wait to see what Goodplot would do for Captain Invincible.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
You'd have to watch the movie.
I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't already know it. Goodplot gets obscure with his villains, man. He could probably tell me more than I know about Mr. Midnight. Evil Midnight. Just like a clock. Justin,
what happens when his watch batteries run out?
Justin Longtime writes, Vicky Vale versus Lois Lane, Dawn of the Reporter.
Lois Lane takes that. No question. There's no debate.
Yeah, but they're neither of their mothers or their fathers have the same first name.
You don't know that. Do you know what Vicky Vale's parents' name are?
No, I don't know anything about that.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's true. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the cape is cool. The Clock King cape. I don't mean the TV show The Cape. When it first came on, and then everybody told me it was terrible. I haven't watched it in a long time, so I don't know if that holds up at all.
Watched it.
That is a thing that people have suggested maybe we should marathon.
That could be fun.
Because it's short.
That could be fun.
But I mean, it's an hour show, so I would do the whole series.
Yeah.
Even 10 episodes, I don't think I could, Well, whatever it is.
It could also be fun to marathon Spawn the Animated Series. I don't know if you've ever done a video on Spawn the Animated Series, but that might be worth doing.
Yeah, I need to. I've been meaning to get on that. Yeah, I think
Penguin for
I think he breaks character a little bit. I think that's the problem. Is like he loses a little bit of presence. He's trying really hard to do this Batman villain thing that everybody does.
And he kind of loses it.
But there's there's just a little bit too much acknowledgement in his performance of what it is. And the guy who replaces the Riddler has that. And also, it's
too
rough
much
because
what show he's in.
That's it. Yeah. You can see too much of a wink and nod behind the eyes. And I mean, so many major actors in Hollywood did this show. They couldn't all be great at that.
Yeah.
Because it takes a special talent. It's tough. Crooks name Smith.
There's more than you would think.
John Astin, that's right. Yeah, the guy who played Gomez Adams is who is the Riddler.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's who that was.
Oh, I like that guy. I mean, I like Gomez Adams.
Me too, but you've watched that show?
Adams Family?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen some Adams Family. I'm a Monsters guy when it comes down to it.
I am also a Monsters
guy.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I like the Adams Family.
Mm-hmm. I met Eddie Munster a couple years ago.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it was really sad. He had a list. He had a large list on an easel of what actors are still alive who have ever been on that show.
My uncle met Grandpa Munster at a train station once. Apparently, he was mean.
He was interesting because he was not an old guy, and they caked him up in makeup, and then as he got older, he just started to look like he did when he had that makeup on. So when they did the reunion movies, they didn't have to do as much to his face. henchman is almost better than their clocking.
Yeah.
But some of that's maybe just because I have some experience with him.
Did you watch that Munsters reboot TV show that came out a couple of years ago?
No, and it was on for 6 seconds. I didn't get a chance to look at it.
Yeah, apparently it was a dark, like, reimagined drama.
Yeah, that seemed like a real mistake.
Yeah.
It didn't seem like the way to go with that.
No. Anyways, Batman.
Yeah. It won't be long now, Batman. It's a time-themed episode.
Got here, Harriet.
This was weirdly, and this sounds weird for the show, but as we're sitting here looking at this, this is an episode I think that was actually more fun to think about than it is to watch. It's kind of weird, yeah. And it's in my top 10, but like mostly for ideas and again, satire and parody.
Right there is a little. Never mind. I lost it. He sounded like somebody that I misplaced who it was.
Oh, you want me to help you find
Londo.
Is it? Oh, okay.
There's a little Londo in that.
Oh, yeah, Mr. Garibaldi.
His button is bigger too. His button is significantly bigger.
Jason Ritter says he always thought John Astin's Riddler was a fake Riddler hired by the real Riddler to throw Batman off his trail. Yeah, but you'd think you didn't see him at the end. The character for him, and it was clearly a script that they meant to give to Gorson, and they didn't know if Gorson would come back. And I also don't have a problem with recasting, but you need somebody that has enough of that affect if you're going to use the same script. And it sucks because they gave him the best layer he ever had, and it wasn't Gorson.
Mr. Evil Midnight?
That would be Mr. Evil Midnight. That wasn't exactly the best comeback I've ever heard. Yeah, that's right, Mister.
But you didn't say Mr. like Mr. Like there was like a pause, like I was like Mr. and he was going to say Wayne.
Maybe it's one of those things.
Does he know he's Batman?
Here's one of those things where in the script he's interrupted, but by no one. Where like you see hash marks and then it just doesn't play well when you film it. It was one of those.
Mayhaps.
Mm-hmm. And I remember this one feeling a little longer than some of the others. Yeah, it's actually kind of a better script, I think.
That is an episode.
Than the execution of it. Yeah. I mean, Finger's getting real creative with all the clock puns and stuff.
Yeah.
He's doing really well with all that.
Well, and there's another writing.
And the plot itself is, well, maybe he didn't write those specifically, yeah, but the and then the plot itself is a little more involved than we sometimes get. And it's always fun when it gets personal in the Wayne Manor, and Batman has to be the best thing we ever do with that. I forget which episode it is. Again, I'm sure someone will remember it. It's been a couple of years since I've spent time with the show, but the best we ever did with that was Batman and Bruce Wayne.
Is it the phone thing?
Yeah. Where Batman pretends to be Bruce Wayne and Batman at the same time as he's talking to Gordon or somebody on the phone. It's the best.
I mean, a blacksmith does.
See, he just brought that up. Mm-hmm.
I don't know about blacksmiths working in smithies, though. Is that a thing?
I don't know. This is over my head.
Do they work in a smithy?
I'm going to assume.
I've never heard it referred to as that.
I've heard of a smithy.
Okay.
So I assume that's what that means. I just never knew that before. Look, I'm going to trust Adam West.
Plans and views.
Gotham City plans and views. Why don't we have actual photographs? Oh, because they're plans. I'm an idiot.
There's a big sign telling you exactly why.
You want me to put the hammer down? Yeah, the end of this episode, if memory serves, is a little bit more elaborate than some of them. With the situation we get into with the big clock. I love what pantomiming Batman's doing right now. As he is facing. Oh, does he actually get in the Batcopter in this episode? I forgot. I think this is one where we do that. But we always use stock footage. We never use the and we.
You told me about when we watched the movie.
Yeah, we build that so that we can use it in the series, and then I don't really think we ever do that. And it's not footage we already shot for the movie, but it always looks like it to me. But then again, it could just be we shot it the same way.
Yeah, how many different ways can you shoot guys?
A helicopter. Yeah. It's a real good point you're making. A lot of people in the comments right now are arguing about the end of Batman Forever, it looks like.
What?
Or maybe stuff in comics. I can't tell you. I questions about.
It's about the Two-Face
Batman
thing. We watched that
and
movie last night. He totally murders that guy. Straight up
he
murders
does.
him.
He murders that guy. Absolutely. Holy liftoff.
I'm noticing most of his holies are not holy something Batman. It's just holy something.
Mm-hmm. He does say it though. It's not like the beam me up, Scotty thing,
or the Elementary, My Dear Watson.
Yeah. It's funny how we remember things wrong for the sake of context.
Or the Luke, I Am Your Father.
Yeah. Yeah, because you have to say it that way so anybody knows what you're talking about.
Yeah.
And so then we just remember it incorrectly. Maybe they don't get in the copter. You think with a heliport we'd get in the copter, but
yeah. Well, I mean, in the movie they had to drive to the heliport.
Yeah, I just can't remember if this is one where they actually did it, because they might be going there now, or they might just be. Yeah, I forget.
Cannot drive. You're right. Wow.
Yeah, every time. Is it just because we're moving so fast?
Is that intentional? Is it intentional that everyone's an awful driver?
I don't know. I don't know. With Batman always talking about doing things by the letter of the law.
I'm sick with my theory. That's just how we drove in the 60s.
It's that BVS thing, right? Where it's that just looks cool, so you're supposed to ignore the actions he's making and just think about what they're talking about. Holy! Somebody just wrote "Holy knee socks, Batman."
You could have just said when the clock strikes 5. You didn't have to say at 5 o'clock when the clock strikes 5.
Also, you guys all spend a lot of time together. I don't buy that he hasn't already explained this to you even before you arrived. It's so simple. We almost didn't need to explain it. That's true. For $1 million.
Maybe less so now.
Yeah. $1 million. Yeah, we're talking about helicopters, but we don't actually use ours. She has clock earrings.
Yeah. Ha!
Yep, it was pretty good. Borrowed time.
Is that how that works?
That's a good question. Nathan Snyder just wrote, Eric, I've been to Florida. That's a place with awful driving. Well, you would know.
Yeah, no,
you lived in Florida up until
I was hit.
You. Yeah.
just driving down the road, somebody turned into me. Wasn't even on the intersection or nothing.
It could have been worse. We know people who get hit just sitting in parking lots.
True.
So.
That's true. Nope, terrible. Although,
people are trying to one-up each other with holies in the comments right now.
I feel like wherever you live, when you go somewhere else, you feel like everyone else is a bad driver there. That's a thing, yeah? It's not just me?
I think that's true.
People only
I hear that
where you live, and even then you hate the drivers where you live.
Or people will try to one-up each other with how bad the drivers are.
Yeah.
You know, I get that a lot too, where it's like, oh my God, out here in Kansas City, it's so bad.
Well, yeah, but you've never been in Jersey. You know how to drive in Jersey?
Congestion there, and...
So is that animatronic or is that guy in a suit?
I believe that's a guy in a suit.
Okay, that's what I thought, but I didn't want to say that and sound dumb.
I never noticed that. It's two guys in a suit.
That's totally a guy.
It's a guy. He's doing a great job.
Stop.
I really want him at one point just to do this. Just look at the camera. I promise everybody, this is a really good episode if you actually sit down and pay attention to it.
That was a weird lag there. I don't mean like actual lag. I mean, that's high praise indeed. Beat.
That's high praise indeed. Let's all think about that for a moment, shall we? So there are villains that I wish would have come back. I don't know if I'm contradicting myself in my rewind now. I know the Clock King's one that really needed to come back. I certainly wish we'd seen Bookworm again, and he's one of the better performances. And I think that's a more entertaining episode than this. It was like number 11. It very nearly made it on my list, and this bumped it out by that much. Again, mostly because of social commentary and stuff. O'Hara has no idea what he's going to be doing the rest of the day because he has no plans of forethought or ideas about things or anything. Batman hates Chief O'Hara, and by extension, so do I. But I love him. Okay,
but you eat nachos, and Batman doesn't eat nachos.
It's true, but I don't. Yeah, I guess I said by extension. Yeah, Batman doesn't usually dress like this either, but
that's true.
Maybe he's incognito. I don't know. All right, folks. So we just have a couple more episodes left to go. We're going to move on now to the third season, and we're going to watch the first episode of the third season, which will be really interesting. Eric has never seen Batgirl on this show. He has no idea what Yvonne Craig's performance is even like, and we will get to see her twice. So that's exciting.
Television.
See, no one that's not watching this knows what we're doing when we do that.
It's the 20th Century Fox logo, but for some reason it just has like a television. I've never seen that before on anything. It's just television.
A lot of the reason the show got the budget and treatment it did was because Fox ultimately ended up being the studio that made it for the network. Okay. So we're going to move on now, as I said, to the first episode of season 3 of the final season. And this one is Batgirl Enters, I think. Enter Batgirl, Exit Penguin. That's what it's called. And I made this joke to Eric earlier, but I really would have loved it if Penguin just never showed up in the show again after this. He just exits, and that's it. I'm pretty sure he has another episode. One character for another.
Does Robin stick around with Batgirl's there?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the intro adds her, so it keeps the
she's got cool
shake and everything, and then
because obviously I've seen her before. Yeah. I've seen pictures of her.
Yeah. No, we keep Robin around, of course. We want to mention once again, folks, that
we're trying to
we
get to
have
400 so we can do
$400
Shakespeare.
goal tonight for Patreon. We are at 350 right now. I've been checking a little bit.
Okay.
We are at 350 right now. Last I checked. If we get to 400 tonight, and we still have some time, folks, if anybody would like to pledge. If we jump up to 400 tonight, we will make a video sometime in the next couple of weeks with Eric and I performing some Shakespeare. And you want to see that because Eric just made this up on the spot. And is committing to it, which I'm surprised by because he's never acted a day in his life except for 24
I'm not a good out loud reader either.
Yeah, so
it'll really be a comedy of farces.
I'm really looking forward to that. It's gonna be interesting to do you mean comedy of errors? Is that what you meant?
Yeah, that's what I meant. I said farces.
It's gonna be it'll be that too. It'll be both. It'll be interesting to see what I end up doing to come up to you to meet what you're doing. But anyway, if this happens, I really hope this happens. That sounds like the most fun. It sounds absolutely hysterical. Let me mention, folks, also that we have multiple tiers for Patreon, and our top tier is just $15. And the top tier, you can go look up patreon.com/Geekvolution. The top tier, on top of all the other cool stuff that you get from the other tiers, gets you a package each month that is the written versions of scripted things that I do on the channel, including Superhero Rewind and Counting Crypto Freaks when that show happens, and lots of other things. And right now, what I'm offering is just this week, I'm going to be sending out packages. We've already had quite a few new $15 patrons. A new package that will give you several chapters of the first draft of my novel, which I just took off a couple months to write, and it is it's fresh off the boat. I haven't gone back and done anything with it, and you'll get what it looks like right now, which of course will change, and you'll get to see what the beginning of the book looks like before really anybody else sees it. Sarah has now read the first few chapters.
Okay.
But hardly anybody else has gotten to look at it yet. Eric will probably look at it soon. But you will be in the first dozen people to look at that. We've got 9 people on Patreon right now. For that tier. So anyway, if you want to jump on and do that tonight, that'll get us, of course, closer to our Shakespeare goal. And I guess we're going for Shakespeare because that's the head that gets you to the bat polls. I guess that's why. Sure. That's why it's Shakespeare. We'll pretend like that was Eric's plan all along. Okay, so I'll mention that again a little bit later. We'll see if we can manage to get to our goal. And once again, we're talking about that and doing that because revenues are way down from the YouTube ad boycott, and we're trying to make things as cool for you on the channel as humanly possible. So, without further ado, let's get into the first episode of season 3. Oh, this is going to be so interesting.
And you should queue it up because I just saw there's a bunch of like piracy stuff you have to wade through to get to the 00 when you click the button. So make sure you got queued up. Make
sure you got past those. Thank you for mentioning that. When he says piracy stuff, he means like the anti-piracy stuff. When he said that, I was like, oh my god, how did my disc get pirated? That sounds impossible. Okay, so get it to timestamp 0. Make sure that you're actually into the episode itself and get ready to press play. Oh, because I'm that Cap. Okay, here we go. Everybody, please press play right now.
In color.
So
that might just popped his little head up. It was just like in color.
In color.
That looks like a completely different city. I don't buy it.
That doesn't look like California. Batgirl was supposed to get her own series. And yes. And originally
as a spin-off or prior to her appearance?
And she would have been introduced, I think, in her own show. I'm not sure if she would have been here first and then in that show. But there is a part of a pilot. And
it's on the DVD box set?
Yes. And I think there's like 10 or 15 minutes, I forget. It's like a short proof of concept they shot, which introduces Batgirl the librarian, or Barbara Gordon the librarian, and all of that. And Batman would have made a guest star appearance, but she was supposed to have her own show. We do this very rarely, where we shoot up the polls.
Oh, so even here it starts. Batgirl and Batman are a thing.
Yeah.
Look how much bigger spot that is.
Kind of, sort of. we don't really keep doing a lot with it, but yeah.
But even here, it's not just Bruce Timm. Maybe that's why Bruce Timm's fixated on it.
So I brought this up on the channel before, but a lot of people may not be aware of the fact that Barbara Gordon was invented for the show. That this is a Bulldozer creation. We would not have Oracle. There's all these things we wouldn't have without the show. It's really important. The idea of her being the commissioner's daughter is this show.
A librarian is this show.
A librarian is this show.
Motorcycle.
And the motorcycle continues to be a thing with her. Thanks for that.
Hey, don't say about your daughter.
It's okay to say your daughter's pretty.
Not like that. Like twice as pretty now than you were then.
No, I don't think that's.
You don't think so?
No,
okay.
No, I don't. I don't think that's. I don't think that on its own is creepy. It really depends on the person we're talking about and what their reputation is, and you know.
So you trust this Commissioner Gordon?
He's incompetent. He's not like crass and like.
Star Trek?
You know, it's funny because we didn't do a Penguin episode on purpose, but there's no avoiding the Penguin in this show. If you're going to do a marathon, he's going to pop up somewhere. A couple of the best episodes are Penguin episodes. This was not an episode that made the top 10. Eric asked to watch this because he wanted to see what Batgirl was like in the show. And I think... and there's Batgirl, yeah. I want to say we get the weird Batgirl theme song in this this episode. She does, yeah. After we already have been told what her secret identity is, her theme song is "Whose Baby Are You?" And we know the answer to that already. It's weird. Craig is bad. I love you, Yvonne Craig. She also plays a Orion girl in third season TOS.
Okay.
In one of Sarah's favorite episodes.
More shows should have special guest villains.
You know, the music has gotten real different in this show.
Yeah.
I think you can already kind of tell how they're trying to like depart from their formula and even a little bit of the mood of what the show has been up until now. It kind of feels like they got bored with it some too.
What are you, an idiot?
Yes! Yes, he is! Chief O'Hara's a complete mook! Don't tell Chief O'Hara your secrets. That's a bad idea. He'll tell he'll tell anybody. That's not a good idea. He will. He'll just tell anybody.
But you said she knew we were going to be at 7. Who said that?
I'm sorry, what? Oh, thanks for telling me that. I guess we better call Batman. I can't save my daughter from the Penguin.
The minions in this show.
Yes.
This is what Frank Miller's doing in the Spirit. Yes.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Of course.
With the I forget what those guys are called. The Lobos guys.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Logos and yeah. Well, where did you find that guy? He's just like a 40s gangster guy. Where'd you find that guy?
Well, he's still having fun.
Oh, yeah. Wants to be in every episode of the show. Nope, it's Batman's butler. Guess who this is?
Oh, hey, it's the Penguin.
We like to say tut tut a lot.
Well, sometimes he said hush hush.
Oh, okay. I heard tut tut.
You know, there's a great bit with that in Last Action Hero. Did you ever see Last Action Hero?
Yeah, a long time ago. Yeah,
where the villain's got the girl, and he's like, if you harm a hair on her head, and he goes, stop, and the goons stop. He plucks a hair from her head and breaks it in front of him. He's like, what are you gonna do?
That's great. I did not remember that.
Oh, Charles Dance is amazing in that movie.
That again.
Oh,
I know the third act gets bad, but
yeah, no, it's still, I love that movie. You know who wrote in that movie? Shane Black.
Naturally. Naturally.
And Carrie Fisher.
Pissed.
Carrie Fisher's an uncredited ghost rewriter on that.
What?
Yeah.
I knew she did some behind the scenes things on stuff.
Yeah.
Forgot about that. Yep, the Penguin wants to marry.
Yeah, but whenever I see him, he's in the company of the police.
That's a reference to the episode where he becomes mayor. And his argument when he's debating Batman for being mayor is, well, Batman's always around.
Look at the
criminals.
pictures of him in the newspapers. Who's he always with? He's with criminals.
I'm always surrounded by the police. Jason Ritter says the Gotham police get worse than Batman and Robin. Yes, they do, but they were already starting to get a lot worse in Batman Forever.
Yep. Not great in returns either.
No, that's true. Thank you, Batman. We never could have set those men on fire without you.
Was it in '89?
Yeah, but only slightly. They feel less so when they're like, "Oh, thank you,
they gave us a signal.
Thank you, guy in a bat costume, for dropping our threat off a roof to his doom." We really appreciate that.
Johnny, you only got 25 minutes. You sure you jumped to Plan B?
Johnny 5, why was Gordon in his pajamas when he runs up to the signal?
Yeah.
I know.
That's rather elaborate.
Did we have to go that far? Oh yes, I would. God, he's got this role so nailed at this point. He's just like, he's probably doing it at home. Like,
he showed up on the set of Rocky. He was like, wah, wah, wah.
They're like, you haven't done that role in 15 years. What are you doing? Yes, actually, it only would have been
10?
Like 9 or 10. Yeah. I love Burgess Meredith. They're all just generically henchmen. Usually they have their own names. I want to think that he doesn't even give them names. That they just
one thing that was funny in
henchmen.
In the credit for one of the Catwoman episodes was it was like so and so as Felix, and then so and so as henchman.
Oh, that's great. Ian McKee wants to know if we've done a commentary for Return of the Cape Crusaders. No, that's going to be in Batmania.
Although that won't be the official commentary.
No,
theoretically,
but those have been feeling more like official commentaries as we've made them. So, like, that probably could still happen, but it will be hard to make some of those a priority after we have good commentaries for them. So, I mean, if you
get something a bad one,
if you get something like the Wolverine, I will feel the need to do.
Why not? That's a wonderful commentary.
We don't talk anything hardly about what that movie's actually about. It's just sex hotels and raptor rooms. And I will say no more. You should watch it just for that. We badly need the money for our summer camp. Folks, we really appreciate it if you try to help us on Patreon get over the $400 threshold tonight, because we greatly need the money for our summer camp. The Geekvolution summer camp. It's coming upon us. It begins in mid-July. I'm making that up. Move it, Preach.
Oh.
There's a lot of Alfred saves the day on the show. We haven't gotten to watch any of those tonight, but there's a lot of Alfred pretending to be other people, and he'll show up at the last moment and take off a mask or something. He'll sneak into some place and bail Batman out, and they even do that in Return of the Cape Crusaders. In there.
Yeah, they had that deal in case if Batman ever fired him, it would only be because he was.
That's right. Yeah. Spoiler alert for that. But if you've not seen that movie, folks, you've got to. Even folks that don't think this show is that funny, I think if you like Batman, there are a lot of things to appreciate in that film.
Yeah.
But I really think it's worth watching, even if you don't like the show. I really think
Waypoint, because the first half is a love letter to the show, and then when you get to the second half, that's where it all kind of starts coming out.
Yeah, and it becomes a tribute to the history of Batman, and there's a lot of satire about Batman itself, and in this, and in the spirit of this show,
it doesn't become something completely different, but
it is sufficiently updated. Geekvolution Space Camp.
Yeah, unfortunately, Geekvolution Space Camp was defunded when people found out we were just launching kids into space.
Friends of my kid, I don't like that much.
I just wanted to see if there was or was not sound in space. So I'm going with no. Firefly got it right.
I honestly probably didn't need to launch as many kids as we did to find that out. But
what's the scientific method? You have to do it a couple times to make sure.
3-2 does not a pattern make. I forgot it was this long before she gets in costume.
18 might have been too many.
Her bird's named Charlie, and he keeps coming up. He'll be around. She has her own secret trigger.
Okay, at some point somewhere,
Barbara Gordon, what in the world is this? We're so surprised, even though we put Batgirl in the intro. So what?
Somewhere, at some point, someone has given Barbara Gordon a love interest in the comics.
What?
Named Charlie,
I don't understand the... I bet.
And she probably treats him not great.
Eric, I don't understand the narration there. What is her secret? We're watching her stand next to a bat
we didn't
costume.
See the opening.
We know what her secret is now. She gets on a motorcycle. Like, whose baby are you? We know the answer to that. You opened it with her and Gordon. Like,
yeah, this almost feels like it would work better as a two-parter where it was a mystery for the first half.
Yeah, I wish it had been. Why does she have a watch on the outside of her?
So she knows what time it is.
I never noticed that. I wanted that to keep going. Batgirl, 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 Batgirl. So I'm not being facetious when I say this. I love her costume so much. It is one of the best things in this show. The yellow on top of the purple looks really, really good. I wish the cape was a little longer. I'm not a big fan of the short cape. Just like,
and that's something that sticks with her.
Yeah,
often.
Yeah, but it looks better in other color schemes.
Mm-hmm.
I like that it kind of glistens, and we're hearing the beginnings of her theme song right now. And of course, you always like the hair out of the back.
Yeah, I do.
Really like that. It's pretty much what it looks like in the comics at that point. Like after this, we'll kind of make it look like that.
We do it in the animated series.
I don't think the Batgirl costume ever gets much better than this.
Well, I really like Cassandra Cain's.
I'm talking about for her though. Yeah, that's almost. I mean, it's a different character. But it is a Batgirl costume. You're right. Make fun of me for that. I think it's such a good costume. And Ruby's costume, or whoever it is that makes the bat suit I have, which is pretty decent, also makes a Batgirl costume.
Oh.
Oh, and I also just got that pop.
Yeah, which has like glitter on and stuff.
Yeah.
I thought that was that annoying glitter. So she just did the thing where he looks away and then she's gone. Does Batman ever do that in this show?
No, she does it constantly though. Yeah, so this just came out. They've started doing a 60s line of characters besides Batman and Robin, and she's great. And I don't know if you can see the glitter glistens just like that costume does in the show. It's one of my favorites, but it's hilarious. It requires a base because she's top heavy, and it's the only one that doesn't have because of her hair, and like it's the only one of these pops that I have that doesn't have a base because of like a skinny body with a big head. It's a normal pop, but it requires a base. Maybe it's just because I like this costume so much, but this is one of my new favorites now. It's probably my top 5.
One thing you have to do a video showing off all of the pops.
See if I can remember what the hell they all are. Yeah, I need to do a video. Maybe I'll do that sometime soon. It'll be good. I've got enough now to do that with. Yeah. That video will be too long, probably. I'm up to, I think ironically or coincidentally, excuse me, I think I'm at 66. I think that's the number right now. Yeah. I'm right around there. Johnny 5, Cap, do you think this version would have been a good Oracle? I mean, if you kept going with the 66 comics, it could have been cool to see that. But after a while...
You have to find a way to cripple her that felt like it could have happened in the show.
I don't know exactly what you'd almost want to jump ahead and just make it part of the 70s thing.
Yeah.
Another surprise? What? Oh, she has a vehicle? I don't like the frills on the motorcycle. That's the only thing I don't care for. Question. And how does she make that happen?
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm pretty sure, and I could be wrong about this, that the reason all of that got built was because it was... I like Penguin's truck there. Yeah. Was because she was supposed to have her own show. Like a separate budget that got that stuff built.
Yeah. If
that's not the case, they probably blew too much of their budget on that stuff, and that's why some of the rest of the season looks kind of cheap. The death traps don't work as well when they're inside a single episode. Turbo, a Batman movie where Bruce and Dick hang out most of the movie out of costume.
That's called Sub-Zero.
Dylan the Villain just wrote he hopes Joss Whedon keeps the purple in the costume in his movie. Yeah. That could be really cool, and I think that could work, dude.
Yeah.
It can still be armored. It can still be whatever.
But like that in that background. Year 1, you started reading and then stopped.
It's black though.
Is it black?
Yeah, I think it might have some purple in it, but I believe it's black.
Yeah, that's all upstairs.
Where? Oh, is it? Okay, all right. I just
that's
bought
in that stack of like 4 books. You're like, I'm gonna read this, and then
I just bought some Bronze Age stuff. Grr.
Comic that you just got?
I thought that's what you were talking about.
No, I was talking about the Year 1. The Year 1 comic.
Oh yeah, that's purple.
You like snagged from
with
me?
That.
Yeah, it's Marcos Martin.
Oh, I see what you're talking about now. Yes. Mm-hmm.
The trade that's upstairs.
Yeah. I started reading that.
I know you did.
I really liked what I read of it.
You started reading the Old Man Logan, the War Zones too.
And Sonic and Mega Man. Well, I got a lot of things to catch up on.
Zowie. Throw him in the acid!
It's boiling acid!
No one in this town would convict you. Just throw him in the acid.
Oh, somebody says the Batgirl cycle was different in the pilot. And then says, you like that one better. I love how when people have heard me talk about things before, they remind me of my own opinions. I really appreciate that, folks, because it all starts to run together. I cover so many different things. Thank you very much. So per that guy, I like the other motorcycle better, Eric. It probably doesn't have the frills, but I don't remember. Mr. Crabtree says the set is great. There's a staircase to nowhere. Is there a staircase to nowhere? Oh yeah, and then that's a comment. That's a thread throughout the season that Alfred knows who she is.
Tell it to Iron Man. Yeah, see, there's the staircase that goes nowhere.
Yeah, no, I see that, but it has a thing at the top that like it's a breakaway thing, but I don't know if it's to nowhere. Maybe it is to nowhere. And he is a gentleman's gentleman. That's true. And see, isn't this really interesting? How this feels almost like another pilot.
Mm.
And it feels almost like we're setting up like a real arcy season. Like if we did this now, you'd expect that to be a thing that kept going through the whole season, and then eventually Batman would find out, and there would be a conversation about why Alfred didn't tell them. And
oh no, that's not what would happen. At least not on the CW. What would happen is Batman would find out. She would assume that Alfred told him, and then she wouldn't talk to him for a while, and she'd
walk away angry.
Yeah, she'd walk away angry.
Yeah, there'd be a whole episode where they didn't meet each other at all, and one of them wouldn't even be in that episode probably. Okay, so Johnny Five asked if I have the cane that Jim Carrey used with this suit. Yeah, but I broke it.
Watch the last episode of Marvel Mania, the after credits scene.
Yep, you just go watch that.
Break it on accident.
Get to see it happen,
and then watch him react to breaking it.
You get to see my soul crushed.
It couldn't have worked. It couldn't have happened at a more perfect time. Plan.
I look like a brilliant actor in that scene. That's because it just happened that way. Who is this Batgirl? I love that. I love Batman being put in a position where he has to say the Gordon line. Whoever she is behind that mask of hers. It's great. Being married to me. Yeah, I think Yvonne Craig is great. It was a real risk. There are a lot of things about season 3 I don't like, and I understand why the show got canceled. But she wasn't like a third wheel. Like, oh no, she's so unwelcome. I wish she wasn't here. I think she adds quite a bit to it. I think she's got a lot of presence. I think she immediately understands what she's in, and isn't having any difficulty at all coming up to these guys.
These police don't deserve a pension.
So like I said, we do this throughout the season, where if we have a singular episode, we'll have a cliffhanger so that we can still pretend like we're doing the cliffhanger thing, and it's just to set up the next episode. What's hilarious is nobody could possibly ever get any sleep or eat anything.
Because it just goes
immediately into the next adventure every time. I meant to tell you about that, but but I also like that, like, they're trying to grow Dick Grayson up some, and he can drive now. And what'd you think of that?
It's all right.
Yeah. And the actual episode's not great, but she's really cool, I think. So, folks, after Eric yells television, we're going to now jump to our last episode for tonight, I think. It's
television!
As promised, we will now jump over to another classic episode that lots of folks remember and like, and gets merchandised a lot now that people have the license, which is Surf's Up, Joker's Under. Finally, we're going to do a Joker episode, and this is the infamous...
Is the siren a female villain?
Get where we get swim trunks over the Batman pants, and this is also one episode. So we're only going to be here for another half an hour or so, folks.
Yes.
And I just got to find which disc it is, because I didn't think to write these down. I should have done that. Okay, disc 2, folks. Episode 10 of season 3. If you have it, go ahead and pull it out now. Yeah, so we got the beginning riff of the "Whose Baby Are You" song, but we didn't actually get to hear it.
Who's Babyish?
It's goofy. I don't know, man. It's weird. I feel like if there had been a fourth season, they might have revealed that finally.
It was unfortunately canceled.
So, folks, this is basically, you got about half an hour. Your last chance to help us get to Shakespeare land. If we get to the $400 mark tonight, Eric and I on Patreon, patreon.com/Geekvolution. Lots of super cool stuff we give you with just a $2 subscription there. If you help us out and we get to the $400 mark, we will get to see Eric and his splendid acting chops. He has so much experience. He's been doing this for years.
Yeah.
He has not been doing this for years. That's why you want to.
That's
why you want to help us out.
These lips, I know not how on.
I don't know which play we'll do if this happens.
I have no idea.
It could.
I think Romeo and Juliet.
We could go to the obvious play. Yeah. We could do something for. I've always liked. I've always been kind of partial to Richard III.
I like Macbeth.
Macbeth. Yeah. We could do. Yeah. I mean, there's all you know. Obviously, there's all kinds. I like the Tempest.
Yeah, I also like the Tempest.
You know, so there's all kinds of things we could do. Dream. But until he's right, Connor, just give the man $50. That's hysterical. And again, folks, we're just on trying to make sure that we can afford Batman year and some other things that we're doing. If you want to help us out, we really appreciate it. If you just want to watch, we also always, as always, appreciate that as well. So we're gonna watch.
It really does feel like PBS.
Yeah, it does. And I hadn't really planned on doing this until we got knocked already over that last tier, and I was like, well, we might as well offer something cool and crazy for the next one. So this was entirely improvised. So if you feel like we did this live show just to ask for money, that's not what we did at all. But it is a Patreon show. And or a thing that we do because exactly. From viewers like you. Anyway, let's go ahead now and jump into Surf's Up, Joker's Under. This is another episode that made it onto my top 10. I think every episode tonight did, with the exception of the one we just watched. So this is, again, just another half-hour episode, and you get to see people talking into hot dogs, so look forward to that. And let's go ahead and jump right into it. We will never do another show. We get to see people talking to hot dogs. True.
We have discussed
on a marathon.
John dies at the end before, and they talk.
That would be in a marathon, probably. No. But I guess we could. I don't know why I would do a commentary on John dies at the end, though. It's really good movie. But we did. You liked it more than I did.
I did. It was more. Although you might like it a little bit more now. I don't know. It's a weird movie.
Somebody just wrote to Bagora or not to Bagora. That's the question. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Okay, here we go, folks. Make sure that you're on disc 2, that you put in the, I think I said 10th episode of the season. It's Surf's Up, Joker's Under, and get ready to press play. When I say now, past all the menus. Everybody into the pool. Here we go. Everybody, please press play right now. Act like Adam West all the time. Some days I would act like Adam West. Some days I would act like Frank Gorshin. Like, it'd be really cool if whenever I walked into a room, you just heard da 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 da.
Or if you walked in like Two-Face in Batman Forever, and you're like, I'm ready for me.
Hey, me. That doesn't make sense. I don't have a Two-Face motif.
Well, no, but one side would be Adam West, the other side would be Gorshin.
I hope you're ready.
Wow.
I hope you're ready for me.
That's a bathing suit.
Yeah.
I'm all about that.
And she was gorgeous. Yeah, the pops for this episode are fun. I've got the Batman one. I'm only collecting Batman so far. I haven't got the Joker one yet, but I'm thinking about making a section for 60s. Yeah.
Have you ever surfed?
They all suck. I've never surfed. I never even saw the ocean until I went to Lowe's last year, so... The Curious Low, not the box. I don't know
how many people understand how water works. But no surfing in Florida.
And now he's talking to a hot dog. Oh, really?
Yeah. No. The way the tide works, we don't have waves for surfing. You gotta go up to California. You gotta go up to like New York, Jersey kind of area to surf.
Nathan Snyder. Ooh, nice form, but he didn't stick the landing. He may have to settle for the bronze.
I get some.
Until he thought I meant the store Lowe's. That's what I was saying. Until I went to the store Lowe's, I hadn't seen the ocean. Did you know they have the ocean there? There's just the ocean.
I did a little bit of skimboarding. That's close I've gotten to surfing.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if you know what skimboarding is.
Yeah, I do. But how did you do that if they don't have surfing in Florida?
Well, surfing requires waves. Skimboarding's on the on the sand.
Yeah.
I'm not saying surfing's banned. You just can't do it.
I guess I didn't know what that meant then. I thought that was just like, is that like belly boarding or is that?
Well, skimboarding is when the tide comes up, it's a board that you just go across like the sand and kind of glide.
Okay, I didn't know that's what that was. Okay, I thought I knew what you were talking about.
He looks like somebody that would be in a Bond film.
Yep. There's a lot of that all over TOS too.
You walked right past the Joker.
That hot dog does everything. I thought Cat made a massive trip all the way to a Lowe's in another state just to go to the store.
Well, I need a hammer, but also I can see the ocean.
I love this plot so much. Conquer surfing, and then Gotham City, and then the world.
Sure,
it's great. It's his best plot.
Why not?
It's his best plot.
Why not go after Silver Surfer?
Well, that's a really good question. That's a really good point you're making.
That is one of the weirdest things that's really like tacky, bizarre 60s that we have all just accepted. Silver Surfer?
Yeah.
We're just fine with it. No one questions what Silver Surfer and thinks he's silly.
That's because it's cosmic and already absurd, but in a real grand kind of way. I think it just tells you how brilliant that idea was with the Shakespearean talk and everything.
Mm-hmm. The Black Racer, on the other hand, doesn't hold up as well.
So yeah, this episode kind of just gets its own theme. It's almost like the surf is a villain in the way we scored this.
What?
That score was
a phone just put money in? What's that?
That score wants to be a Beatles song so bad.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's good. Hot dog Harrigan. Oh, they did. We get to see the back out there. Cowabunga.
Holy cowabunga.
Yeah.
These are the in trunks.
You know what? That might be new footage.
That looks like new footage to me. I don't know that.
Look at the Sun Devils.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what I was thinking when I was talking about this earlier. This is all new. They really did use the backcopter.
Yeah.
Sometimes they just make up things and write them down.
Well, there's a pre-recorded commentary that's already wrong.
Well, those idiots will have to be sacked.
Is that a thing? I never heard that before.
I don't know anything about surfing or the surfing in the 60s, so. And this is certainly a band.
Trying to be the Beatles.
No, I mean, probably a major band.
We're just watching people wipe out.
Yeah, nobody's actually doing real well. Oh, yeah, I know this song, sure.
Yeah. Well, I know the song from it to the genie. You think?
Somebody just wrote Buzzy and Duke is here. There's somebody in that trash can. Yeah, you're an idiot. There's someone in the trash can.
This episode would be a major inspiration on the film Fletch.
You know what? This episode would be even a lot shorter if they just immediately opened up the trash can lid.
I don't know if you've ever seen Fletch, but
I have not.
he's a reporter and kind of pretends to be a beach bum.
Oh, okay.
He hangs out with the surfer culture.
All right.
In the 80s. Fletch is quite good. I like Fletch quite a bit. I'm going to keep saying quite. I like it quite a lot.
I like some surf music quite a bit. I like the Ventures a lot. In the summer especially, I will play some of that. And of course, the Ventures do a version of the Batman theme.
Oh.
It is kind of fun how we've integrated Gordon and Chief O'Hara into this plot, though.
Ever find out that she's Batgirl?
I can't remember. I knew you were going to ask me that. I'm pretty sure it never happens. And, like, it was supposed to eventually, but we didn't get there.
That feels like a thing you do by the end of the season.
Believe that didn't happen.
Transferometer.
Guess if we're surprised they didn't have more celebrities guest star on the show since it was popular, but there were so many of them. I mean, I had quite a few.
I mean, there's a couple. Well, some of them were really big at the time that have kind of been forgotten, like Cesar Romero. Like, we don't remember Cesar Romero, but he was a big deal at the time to some degree.
You know, it's really funny that now I might have just missed it. I don't think anybody suggested this. Red Letter Antilles wants to know if we would do a Gotham marathon. I'm surprised nobody suggested that. And again, man thing so soon after this, but I am not opposed to that. I think that could be hilarious. I think that could be really fun. I think you'd want to jump around with. So you'd want to, like, probably.
And the problem is, I don't know if there's a good just block.
Yeah, I'm not sure what it would be. Maybe that Joker stuff in the middle of 3, into the Riddler stuff, because that might be a nice chunk, you know, because you've got the 2-part Joker thing, and then that great Riddler episode right after it. Yeah. That might be the thing.
Yeah,
might be just the thing, just the thing.
Whoa. I was buying that you could take his know-how. You're going to take his strength, speed, and stamina? I don't know about that. That requires, like, physical alteration.
And then all of a sudden, he's just going to know how to surf.
No, I'm fine with that.
And he's going to be good at it. I'm not against the Birds of Prey marathon either. That'd be okay.
Yeah.
After Ian McKee, after a Gotham marathon, Cap and Eric would have to be sent to Arkham. Although they could just get a certificate saying they are sane.
Which we have.
Thanks once again to Mr. Crabtree.
Also, we did do a marathon last week.
We did. We just didn't record it.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have sat through 8 episodes of that show all at one time. This has happened. If you were questioning my sanity, it is possible that has something to do with why you're questioning that.
God, we watched 8 episodes that day.
I know! I wanted to go to the movie theater, but no!
Riptide.
It's funny, now we're getting more requests for things I would really want to do. Johnny Five says Angel. Yeah, all kinds of yes.
Yeah.
All kinds of yes. But we did commit to Power Rangers, so we'll be doing that.
Yeah, that's a bummer.
But these are all great ideas.
Because Angel would have been great if we both picked a couple episodes.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I guess we could change our mind, but
because
some people seem
one
really
of my
excited
favorite
about Power
episodes of
Rangers.
Angel, I don't think is one anyone ever brings up, and probably is one that you wouldn't like think to talk about. There's an exorcism episode in season 1 that I adore.
Oh no, it's great. I know just what you're talking about. I know you love that episode. Yeah, if you were gonna go for something more off the beaten path like that, I might go for the episode where they get the hotel. It's
really
excellent.
good one.
Yeah.
Curses. We should have done Angel.
Daniel Davis says Cap is definitely not sane. Thank you.
Riptide and Wipeout. Speaking of Wipeout, have I ever told you the thing about that I had with the song Iron Man when I was a kid? So
you thought it was Wipeout? You thought it was the song Wipeout? Oh,
okay.
I'm sorry. We got to get into the nutsomeness of this episode. So, do you know what's about to happen here?
No.
Have you ever heard about this?
Are they going to turn them into surfboards?
They're going to turn them into surfboards.
Oh.
The writing on this is great.
Undine is her name.
We've talked before about how comparatively this Joker is maybe a little bit generic compared to some others, but he's out of his gourd in this. Like it totally works.
Yeah,
and this doesn't feel like a Riddler plot.
No,
you see what I'm saying?
No.
Like this is wacky. It's a real joke. This is a practical joke. You know what I mean?
Yeah. That went fast.
Yeah, time passes.
But yeah, so at the beginning of the Iron Man song, he said he's got that like modulator where he's like, wait, are they actually?
Yes.
How did that work?
Yeah. I mean, they should be really flat, but that's actually them.
Okay. They're what's hip. They're what's cool. They're what's blowing up right now.
That is one of my favorite death traps. It's just the most preposterous thing. You know what? It might be. People were asking me about my favorite earlier. I think one of the most legitimate kind of disturbing ones is the relatively is the wax, where like they have wax going all the way up their bodies, and yeah, I think it's that one.
Sand looks like. You don't leave sandy footprints. That's not a thing.
Yeah, but these are people that need to remind themselves when sand is around. Sand! So they clearly, one of Batman's big weak spots is sand. He doesn't understand it.
Yeah.
Even know that it's coarse and it gets everywhere. He probably doesn't.
He's all out of shape and stuff now.
What is that?
Maybe not. He's supposed to look all out of shape now, yes?
Kind of, yeah. So somebody wants you to go ahead and tell your Iron Man story.
Oh, yes.
Sorry, folks.
At the beginning of that song, he has that modulated, like, I am Iron Man.
Right, yeah.
As a kid, I always thought he said Wipeout Island Man. Like, Wipeout Island, comma, man.
Wipeout.
It's just Wipeout Island. Man.
Island Man.
One day I'm going to write something that has a location called Wipeout Island. And someone will go like, we're at Wipeout Island, man. And it'll just be for me.
You know what else we could do down the road? And we've been watching some of the show lately. But we could do a marathon like this and intentionally do it really late at night and turn off all the lights and do X-Files.
Yeah.
And you can play the Smokey Man.
Well, not
like inside,
Yeah.
And he's got his Joker surfboard. So how does Batman know how to surf? That's my big question.
Batman knows everything. He traveled the world.
That's true. Everything. We know that. That we know.
Well, it's all in those 4 reference books.
That's just about the history of Gotham. That has nothing to do with surfing.
The surfing history of Gotham's probably in there too.
A lot of people are really into the X-Files idea. Yeah, no, if we did it, it would be early stuff. Certainly.
For what?
X-Files.
Oh, yeah. But what's been suggested a million times?
I don't know. I'm trying to figure that out. I'm waiting for him to respond again. But anyway. Somebody just wrote, and somebody else wrote, it went dark. I hope we're still broadcasting. It says we're still broadcasting.
Yeah.
And somebody just wrote, I am Iron Island Man.
Sure.
No, you haven't. That wasn't you. Well, how do you know? You got all that sucked out of you.
He still knows he did it.
Oh, I guess we dropped out for a while. Sorry, folks. We're back! Yay!
Now tell us what's been said a million times.
Yeah. Really, somebody, please let me know what you were talking about, person who said that we...
Or ignoring something that's been said a million times.
Yeah, right. I want to know if somebody said X-Files and I missed it. That was my concern. So they've got the trunks on over their costumes. Which after human surfboards is just not that crazy.
No.
You know, I mean, it's really silly and it's fun to merchandise. We have action figures of it now and stuff, and I have those and they're great, but pops of that and that we like made the surfboards.
We should get you should get they should make Batman Robin surfboards. Like where they're just the wooden surfboards.
Ian McKee mentioned Smallville Marathon. I'm surprised some of these shows didn't come up earlier.
Yeah. We're deciding our marathon.
Everything we mentioned in the last 10 minutes has been great stuff. We would totally do. Somebody's pounding in that trash can. The rear projection is hysterical. It's really nice of these people to give us exposition for all the things they can't show.
Yeah.
He's going to cross the squash.
Oh, yeah. No! Is he going to jump the shark?
Oh, I guess Justice League was mentioned a million times. Is that what we're talking about? Okay.
Neither of us.
Freakazoid,
really well.
Freakazoid is the thing I'd like to do eventually, probably for a rewind. I wouldn't do a marathon for it, but
is that what that is? Is that nose pull out?
Yeah, they keep saying that you kind of want to go look up, and now you could, and go on YouTube and find people that actually did,
whatever they're
the squash thing and the It looked like he had, Adam West had something latched onto at the bottom of his legs. Did you see that?
Yeah.
Like to maybe keep the surfboard. Yeah.
He says cowabunga. That's funny.
Yeah. Cowabunga. He got one for being colorful. He avoided a shark. He didn't even need shark repellent. He just avoided it. Oh, no, he did use it.
Yeah.
I forgot about that. I knew that. I forgot about that. So the person that was asking earlier about continuity, yes, there's just some continuity. I want to think that guy was in that trash can.
Wait, but he still has that guy's surfing abilities. That guy's entire career is ruined now.
No, I did that. I assume. Joker's got real quick. He's real quick on his feet, Eric. Nathan Snyder says, "Hey, Batman, your ear's bent."
Is it?
Yeah, I didn't notice. We got to get Batgirl in there. I want to say we make sure and get her into every episode this season in costume. And now we gotta have our fight scene.
Yeah.
It is kind of impressive how much we get into this short of an episode.
Yeah.
Because this feels like it could have maybe warranted 2 parts. Although all being in one location, that's probably why we did it this way.
And we said that about the first Batgirl episode too, that could have been a 2-parter.
Yeah. That one kind of should have been. It would have been really nice to have her getting in costume as a cliffhanger. Or play it, like you said, as a mystery. Where you see her from the beginning.
That's how the narrator plays it.
I know, it's ridiculous. Yeah, what do you think her secret is? Yeah, Mr. Crabtree's right. He says he loves this episode, but the sets look really cheap by this point. Yeah, no, they do. You're absolutely right. Yeah, this is really strange, this black background.
This looks like a stage production.
Yeah.
Okay.
Batman said Begor, and that's just a bad... Robin said you should have said Cowabunga. That would have been a nice touch. There are a lot of people watching this with us because they're writing things in the comments that we're not necessarily commenting on. Why are we shooting this scene so dark?
Because nighttime.
Oh, and so we got to set up that. And I want to say what we set up here is Londinium. Yes, I'm right. I don't like the Londinium.
Across the sea.
Yeah. Yeah, because it's Londinium.
Boxes.
Because for some reason they have to go to, they have to make up.
Why can't it just be
Londinium? I know, I don't.
And that sounds like metal.
Like what?
It sounds like metal. Londinium? That sounds like a
metal. Oh, you're right. Yeah, absolutely. No,
it doesn't sound like a place. It's
just a place. It's just London. But no, it's the one time where we... Isn't that hilarious? It's the one place outside of Gotham we spend any time in. So Batman and Robin leave and they go there, and they have this whole thing about how it's foggy all the time, and it's really funny. Well, folks, there we go. That's our 60s Batman marathon.
Yeah.
Celebrating the life and career of Adam West. And thanks a lot for watching, everybody. We sure appreciate it. We're going to get to hear Eric yell television one more time. It's so exciting. Oh, it didn't do it. Oh,
television!
For a minute, I thought I wasn't going to do it. Well, folks, unfortunately, we did not make our $400 goal tonight on Patreon.
How far did we get?
So we didn't get past 350. But anyway, so maybe at some point we will open up this idea again or something like it. We are unfortunately not going to make a video with Eric and I doing Shakespeare for everybody that would have been so excited to see that. It's a really good idea you had right in the moment there, Eric, but we might put our heads together next time. Anyway, I want to thank everybody for watching, and again, for all of our Patreons, our subscribers, our patrons, for helping us get to these thresholds and making these, this does feel like PBS, for making these streams possible. We sure appreciate it. We're going to do 2 more of these in the not-too-distant future.
These marathons are very possible by viewers like you.
By viewers like you. We don't know what the very next one's going to be yet. We'll be talking to Patreon over the next couple of days about that. But the third one will be Power Rangers, and really, folks, I hope we get to do lots more of these because they're lots of fun to do, and I mean, we can always come up with excuses down the road to do them too. But every $50 we get a Patreon, we're gonna do one of these. And anyway, what else what else is going on? Anything we need to announce? Anything really important
I don't
to mention?
so.
We got some cool videos coming up this week. Nothing I want to spoil right now, I don't think. I'm currently working on the Wolverine Rewind in the middle of some other things, so I don't know when that's going to come out yet. And then I'm playing catch up a little bit to deal with some of the movies that are related to other movies that came out this year. So I'm going to get caught up on that as soon as humanly possible. And anyway, thanks a lot for watching, everybody. You guys are great. Thanks for all the compliments we're seeing in the comments right now. You guys are great, and we love doing these things for you and with you. So anyway, thanks for watching. This was really fun, Aaron.
Yeah.
And it's cool because we got a nice splattering of the whole series, going to each of the seasons, and finally got some more exposure to this show. So anyway, thanks for watching, guys. We're going to go ahead and get going right now. It is sad, but we must bid you farewell. So anyway, I am Captain Logan.
I'm Eric.
See you, folks.